The House will come to order. This morning, the morning pledge will be said by Ellie Gray at Coyote Ridge Elementary and Theo Gray at Primrose School in Westminster, Colorado, children of Representative Gray.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty
And justice for all. Mr. Randall, please call the roll.
Great job, Theo. How old are you now? 4 and Ellie. Come this way.
Representatives Arndt, Baisley, Baisley, yeah, Baisley,
You can mark anyone as excused.
excused. Benavides, Bird, Bockenfeld,
Janet.
excused. Buck, excused. Buckner, Buencio, Caravale, Carver, Catlin, Champion, Goldman, Cutter,
There is a resolution.
Duran, excused. Escar, Exum, Froelich, Garnett, Geithner, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Herod, Holtorf, Hooten, Humphrey, Humphrey, excused. Jackson, Jaquez Lewis, Representative Jaquez Lewis. Excused. Kennedy, Kip, Kraft Arp, Landgraf, excused. Larson, Liston, excused. Lontine, McCluskey, McKean,
We'll go with this because there's the proclamation.
McLaughlin, McLaughlin, excused. Melton, Michelson Janae, Mullica, Mullica, excused. Neville, Neville, Pelton, Ransom, Rich, Roberts, Sane, Sandridge, Singer, Sirota, Snyder, Soper, Sullivan, Tipper, Titone, Valdez A, Valdez C, Van Winkle, Weisman, Will, Williams, Wilson, Woodrow, Young. Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
Representative Baisley is present. Representative Humphrey is present.
With 57 present and 8 excused, we have a quorum. Representative Tipper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'm sorry, coffee was spilled on a desk. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the Journal of Thursday, February 13th, 2020 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Please have mercy. Please have mercy.
Would someone... You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The motion passes. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Members, would anyone who wants to join me for a tribute for the League of Women Voters and the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment please join me at the well? You do not have to be wearing white. It was online.
thank you for your attention to the well.
So anyone who would like to join us in the well for the resolution for the League of Women Voters, please join us now. I said resolution, I'm sorry, for the tribute. Mr. Randall, can you please read the tribute?
State of Colorado, the Senate and House of Representatives convened in the second regular session of the 72nd General Assembly hereby extend heartiest congratulations and commendations to the League of Women Voters of Colorado. The members of the Colorado Senate and House of Representatives are proud to congratulate the League of Women Voters on their 100th anniversary. The League of Women Voters was founded in 1920 as a mighty political experiment by Carrie Chapman Catt with the goal of helping the 20 million women who were granted the right to vote by the 19th Amendment understand and carry out their new responsibilities as voters. With the success of this and other tireless efforts over the last 100 years to strengthen and uphold its mission to empower voters and defend democracy, the League has become a trusted nonpartisan organization. The League has sponsored legislation to protect and strengthen voting rights, free and fair elections, health, civil rights, the environment, social welfare, campaign finance, climate change, and civil liberties. The League has consistently been noted for its nonpartisan election information as well as the League's commitment to register, educate, and mobilize voters. The League believes that active and engaged citizens, irrespective of gender, ethnicity, or political affiliation, are the hallmark of democracy and champions government systems that are open, transparent, inclusive, and equitable. Tribute given on request of President of the Senate Leroy Garcia and Speaker of the House Casey Becker, given this 14th day of February 2020, State Capitol in Denver.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So happy anniversary to the League of Women Voters.
Are you going to talk?
And thank all of you for being here today. 2020 marks the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment and the founding of the League of Women Voters. The League is the only women's suffrage organization formed before the 19th Amendment that is still in existence today. Text of the 19th Amendment says that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. In 1893, Colorado became the first state to grant women the right to vote by popular referendum. We can cheer that. Yeah. And the following year, 3 Colorado women, Clara Cressingham, Carrie Clyde Hawley and Frances Clock became the first women elected to serve in any legislature in U.S. history. Even after the passage of the 19th Amendment, many states prevented African American women from voting for decades. For years, women had to fight in many states for the right to sit on juries. It took 33 years in Colorado before women could sit on juries. Colorado is one of just a handful of states who've never had a female governor or a U.S. senator. Today, thanks to the courageous suffragists who never gave up the fight, more than 68 million women vote in our elections today. And through all of that, the League of Women Voters was there supporting fair elections, fair campaigns, and giving women the best opportunity they have to vote and to serve. So thank you for all the work that you've done.
We see you up in the balcony. Thank you for being here. Representative Coleman. Oh, excuse me. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And members, today is also a very special day because I don't know if you noticed on each one of your desks, but you should have found a box of Enstrom's toffee. And we actually have with us today the Enstrom family, but before we introduce them, I have a tribute that I would ask to be read at length.
State of Colorado, the House of Representatives convened in the 72nd General Assembly hereby extend sincere commendations to Enstrom's Toffee on their 60th anniversary. Enstrom's Almond Toffee has been a Colorado institution for over 60 years. Enstrom Candies, founded by Chet Enstrom, is a proud Colorado tradition currently owned and managed by Doug and Jamie Simmons. The company began in 1928 in Grand Junction, Colorado as an ice cream shop, but the toffee topping sold better, and by 1960 the toffee business officially began and has not slowed down since. The Colorado House of Representatives are proud to congratulate them on their hard work, creativity, and love of all things sweet, and wish them many more years of continued success. Tribute on request of Representative Matt Soper, Janice Rich, and Colin Larson, given this 14th day of February 2020, State Capitol in Denver.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to welcome the Enstrom family, Doug and, why did that just go out of my head? Jamie Simmons and Rick and Linda Enstrom. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for what you do for the state of Colorado. We're so pleased that you could be with us today and be recognized in this way. You're a huge part of Mesa County and now of Denver, and we so appreciate everything that you do.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to add to that as well that no matter where you are in the world, if you're traveling around, Enstrom's has become a Colorado icon. And it's easy to say that I'm from the part of Colorado where Enstrom's is manufactured, and people instantly say, that's Western Colorado. So it makes me proud to have such a company that's an icon of Colorado and sharing goodwill around the world. I mean, who doesn't love chocolate and toffee?
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to put a little context to this. This is actually the dawn of a new era in the House. So preceding one of Speaker Becker's predecessors, we actually always got Enstrom Toffee on Valentine's Day. And in a grave error of judgment, one of the previous speakers slighted Enstrom's Toffee, and the House and Senate suffered for 7 years, languished without Enstrom's Toffee, and it was a great fiasco. And all credit to Speaker Becker because she extended the olive branch to the Enstrom family and has brought toffee back to the General Assembly so we now can move forward in a brighter, sweeter way. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Listen, chocolate is nonpartisan. Representative Buckner.
I would just like to give a compliment to the Enstrom family. I'm always in the habit of sending Enstrom candy to all of my relatives. So I was at one of the kiosks at the shopping center, and I was buying my candy and got into a conversation with some of your employees, and they told me that it is such a pleasure to work for your company because you treat your employees so well. So I think that is to be commended, and it says a lot about you as a family. So I just wanted to let everyone know that you get complimented a lot. Thanks for being here today.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the Enstrom family as well. Representative Larson runs the risk of bringing up the past. It was Speaker Ferrandino, my predecessor, who had that policy, and I saw the candy on the desk. I thought of us moving forward, but if we bring it up in a way, at any point it could all fall apart, but I'm glad that we're moving forward, and I'm glad that today is the dawn of a new day.
And I want to say thank you very much for coming today. Thank you for the candy, and thanks for restarting an old tradition. Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this morning I'd like to recognize an organization serving Colorado. Community Works empowers the unemployed and those with barriers to employment to become self-supporting through job preparation and placement. Their vision is to see all job seekers in our communities employed and fulfilling their God-given potential. Community Works has been serving our community since 1995, restoring hope and empowering through employment. Over 36,000 people seeking job assistance have walked through their doors. Of those entering their career preparation and placement track, over 6,834 have earned jobs. Over 16,000 job seekers have been outfitted with professional clothing for interviews and on-the-job use. Members of Community Works, please stand, and members, please join me in welcoming them with a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Representative Michelson-Jeannet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I have a very serious tribute, if I could have your attention, please.
Members, could you please be quiet in the chamber?
Today we have with us the Padilla family, standing over here in blue, who lost their son Jack last year to suicide. And I met the Padilla family after I had a bill hearing, and we had laid that bill over. We had closed the testimony phase and laid that bill over for work on an amendment. We came back for action only on that amendment, but before we could, we had received multiple letters from Jack's father, Rick, saying, please, I must testify for this bill. So we opened the testimony phase to be able to hear from them, and today, February 14th, the governor proclaimed Jack Padilla Day, and we are remembering him on Valentine's Day because he will always live in our hearts. So with your permission, I would like to have the tribute read at length.
The House of Representatives, convened in the 72nd General Assembly, hereby extends sincere condolences and expressions of sympathy to the Padilla family on the passing of Jack Padilla. The state of Colorado has lost an exceptional citizen with the passing of Jack Padilla. Jack, age 15, a freshman at Cherry Creek High School, was a bright and talented teenager. Rick Padilla, Jack's father, decided to take a change in careers after the passing of his son. Rick now works full-time to prevent teen suicide and shares Jack's story around the state of Colorado. Jack was loved by many and will be missed by his family and friends. The members of the House of Representatives express our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Jack Padilla on this tremendous loss and express our gratitude for Rick Padilla's work, that is continuing to combat teen suicide. Tribute given on request of Representative Michelson Janae, given this 14th day of February, 2020, State Capitol in Denver.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Jack's memory, Rick has changed his career field, as you heard. And this interim, as we worked on a fully bipartisan school safety interim committee, he participated every step of the way and helped us craft bipartisan, fully bipartisan legislation that passed out of that committee that will go a long way to lead to the end of youth suicide and the lack of losing one more child by violence in school. Please let us welcome Mr. and Mrs. Padilla and their son John and family and friends. A round of applause for the Padilla family, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Padillas for joining us today, and we're sorry for your loss. And thanks for all your work. Representative Krafthart.
Thank you. So my office did a tribute, which we're not going to read out loud, but just to let you know, to the Silhouettes, who received the Golden Buzzer to move into the finals and the Americans Got Talents. And the Silhouettes are a group of kids who go behind the screen and they, you know, do those silhouettes. They came in second place, I think in 2013, I'm not sure, a couple years ago, but they're back in the finals now, and they will be airing on America's Got Talent on this Monday, February 17th at 7 o'clock. And this is our local grown talent. The Silhouettes are from House District 29 from Arvada. But I think Colorado should be very proud, and we should be watching on Monday and cheer them on.
Very cool. Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today with us we have in the gallery and on the floor, we have the American Heritage Girls, which was founded in 1995 by a group of parents who wanted a faith-based scout program for their daughters. And as I read your troop numbers, would you please stand up? We have troop number 2118 from Kiowa. We have troop number 4316 from Colorado Springs. We have troop number 8909 from Castle Rock. We have troop 3130 from Broomfield. We have troop 1728 from Parker. And keep standing because we're going to do the American Heritage Girls Creed. Are you ready?
Hold on. Members, can you be just a little quiet in the chamber? Representative Sane is speaking.
All right, I'm going to ask the girls to join me in the American Heritage Girls Creed. As an American Heritage Girl, I promise to be compassionate, helpful, honest, loyal, perseverant, pure, resourceful, respectful, responsible, and reverent. And the AHG oath, I promise to love God, cherish my family, honor my country, and serve in my community. Let's give a round of applause to the American Heritage Girls for today.
Thank you, girls, for joining us today. Representative Malika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Immunize Colorado and Colorado Parents for Vaccinated Communities are hosting a legislative lunch from 11 to 12:30 in front of the old Supreme Court chamber. And so if you'd like some lunch and to learn a little bit more, meet them out there at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
I have one announcement. Representative Sandridge will replace Representative Liston on Public Health today only. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to do a moment of personal privilege here. And, you know, please excuse me, members, because I'm working off about 3 hours of sleep. And I actually debated whether or not I wanted to come up here and say a few words, but I think it's important that we discuss kind of what happened last night. You know, and I got to say, the main problems I have last night don't even deal with the fact that we had 7 pretty contentious bills all scheduled together with very little time for bill organizers or bill sponsors to actually organize enough testimony for those bills. I mean, that's inappropriate in and of itself, but my main concern from last night was the direct and blatant impugning of my colleagues' characters and their motives. We sat there for 13 hours, and Representative Pelton, Representative Geithner, Representative Sandridge, Representative Humphrey, their character was called into question. They were told they were some of the most inappropriate and shameful things that should never happen were said last night, and that's not what this place is about, and should not be about that. We can all disagree, but we shouldn't be disagreeable. We should all be able to debate the merits of the bill, but we should never ever question or impugn the character of my colleagues. And I ask that we do a better job of not doing that, because last night it appeared as though witnesses were in direct coordination with other members on the committee to go after our members. And so this is my ask of this body, that moving forward, we don't engage in that type of behavior. And here's my solemn promise to all of you that if the majority wishes to bully the 23 other members of my caucus, please expect a very vigorous defense on my part on behalf of them. So, members, thank you for listening to me, and I just ask that we do a better job.
Are there any other announcements or introductions? Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I saw former Representative Joanne Winholtz here. If she could stand, we can give her a round of applause. Representative Winholtz.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we're going to do special orders today, and so there will be a list printed up here. It's a combination of bills that were on general orders and then a few bills from the Appropriations Committee this morning.
Majority Leader Garnett, before we do that, I think we have a committee report to read.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Randall, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after considering the merits, the committee recommends the following bills be referred to the committee of the whole unamended with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1024, House Bill 1030, House Bill 1044, House Bill 1082, House Bill 1103, House Bill 1109, House Bill 1128, House Bill 1174, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1176, House Bill 1158. The committee also recommends the following bills be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the committee of the whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1007, House Bill 1060, House Bill 1061, House Bill 1066, House Bill 1086. Committee on Education, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1135 be amended as follows, and as amended be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1160, Committee on Energy and Environment, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1167 be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1185 be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1215 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1147 be amended as follows, and as amended be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1228 be amended as follows, and as amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations, favorable recommendation. House Bill 1229 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1241 be amended as follows, and as amended be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1268 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 37 be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Rural Affairs and Agriculture. Committee, after consideration of the merits of the committee, is following. House Bill 1097 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1157 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 69 be referred to the committee whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration of the merits of the committee, is following. House Bill 1033 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1063 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1111 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1114 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1144 be postponed indefinitely. House Bill 1273 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Health and Insurance, after consideration of the merits of the committee, is following. House Bill 1160 be amended as follows, and as amended before the Committee on Finance, favorable recommendation. Committee on Judiciary, after consideration of the merits of the committee, is following. House Senate Bill 62 be referred to the committee with favorable recommendation. Committee on Finance, which shares the merits of the committee, is following. House Bill 1120 be referred to favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1069 be amended as follows, and as amended before the Committee on Appropriations, favorable recommendation. House Bill 1217 be referred to the Committee on favorable recommendation. House Bill 1043 be referred to favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I move that the following bills be made on a special orders calendar on Friday, February 14th at 9:33 a.m. House Bill 1161, Senate Bill 34, House Bill 1057, House Bill 1159, House Bill 1181, Senate Bill 11, House Bill 1153, House Bill 1136, House Bill 1166, Senate Bill 63, House Bill 1289, House Bill 1030, House Bill 1007, House Bill 1044, House Bill 1109, House Bill 1158, and House Bill 1128.
Seeing no objection, those bills will be made a special orders calendar today at 9:32 a.m. Representative Roberts. You have heard the motion. Representative Roberts will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1161. Majority Leader Garnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1161, one bill, please.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1161 will be laid over one bill. Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 34.
Senate Bill 34 by Senators Moreno and Zenzinger, also Representatives McKean and Arndt, concerning a change in the date by which the Statutory Revision Committee is required to report annually to the General Assembly.
Representative Arndt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 20-034. There is no committee report.
To the bill.
We are coming to you asking the General Assembly to change the date by which the Statutory Revision Committee is required to report annually back to you. That better aligns with our actual work on the SRC.
Representative McKean.
Yep.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 34? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 34. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Senate Bill 34 is adopted. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1057. Oh, I'm sorry. House Bill 1161.
House Bill 1161 by Representative Byrd, also Senators Winter and Tate, concerning the allocation of private activity bonds in the connection with eliminating the Bond Allocation Committee, requiring the State Housing Board to assume the allocation of related functions of the committee, and eliminating the cap on the direct allocation fee paid to the Department of Local Affairs.
Representative Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1161.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a great bill. This improves the efficiency of the Department of Local Affairs in its administration of private activity bonds, and I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1161? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I request the bill be read at length.
Mr. Randall. There's been a request to read House Bill 1161 at length. Mr. Randall, please read the bill.
House Bill 1161 by Representative Byrd, also Senators Winter and Tate, concerning the allocation of private activity bonds in connection with eliminating the bond allocation committee, requiring the State Housing Board to assume the allocation related functions of the committee, and eliminating the cap on the direct allocation fee paid to the Department of Local Affairs. Bill summary: federal law limits the amount of tax-exempt private activity bonds that may be issued within each state and allows each state to provide by law a formula for allocating the limited amount of bonding authority among eligible bond issuers. Sections 1 and 2 of the bill eliminate the bond allocation committee that currently reviews and makes recommendations to the Executive Director of the Department of Local Affairs, DOLA, regarding statewide priorities for the allocation of the limited amount of review and bonding authority, and requires the State Housing Board to conduct the review and make recommendations. Section 3 eliminates cap on the amount of the direct allocation fee paid to DOLA by bond issuers that are the direct allocation of bonding authority to issue private activity bonds or to make a mortgage credit certification election, and eliminates the Executive Director's authority to promulgate rules to implement the statutes that govern private activity bond allocation. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, Section 1, Colorado Revised Statute 2432-1703, repeal 6 and add 1.5 as follows. 2432-1703 definitions is used in the Part 17 unless the context otherwise requires. 1.5 board means the State Housing Board created in Section 2432-706. 6, strike type. Committee bond means the bond allocations committee created pursuant to Section 2432-17073. Section 2 in Colorado unstrike types. Section 2 in Colorado Revised Statutes 2432-1707 amend 2B and 4 and repeal 3 as follows. 2432-1707 statewide balance 2B on and after September 15th each year. The statewide balance may be allocated among all issuing authorities. The Executive Director shall make the allocations from the statewide balance in his or her sole discretion with the advice of the key strike type board committee. Unstrike type bold upper paren board, and in accordance with the priorities pursuant to his Section 3, their strike type. There is hereby created within the department a bond allocations composed of 9 members as follows. The Executive Director shall act as the chairman of the committee, 4 municipal or county officials, 1 of whom shall represent a municipality or county west of the Continental Divide, 3 citizens at large, 1 whom shall reside west of the Continental Divide, 1 representative of state issuing authorities who shall be appointed annually and serve at the pleasure of the governor. The 4 municipal or county officials and the 3 citizens at large shall be appointed by the governor for terms not to exceed 3 years, and such members shall serve at the pleasure of the governor. Any vacancy occurring in the members of the committee shall be filled by the governor at the point of the unexpired term of such member. The members of the committee shall serve without compensation, except that the board shall be entitled to reimbursement actual and necessary expenses. The executive director may convene and from time to time as he deems necessary. Unstrike type. 4, the strike type committee board shall review and recommend to the executive director statewide priorities for allocations of statewide balance prior to the making of such recommendations. The department shall hold 1 or more public meetings to obtain input from the public regarding statewide priorities for the current year, information regarding the use of bond allocations to priority and other appropriate matters. Section 3 in Colorado Revised Statute 2432-1709.5. Bold amend 1A and bold repeal 3 as follows. Bold 2432-1709.5 administrative costs of the Department of Private Activity Bond Allocation Fund creation. 1. The department may change and collect the following administrative fees for the costs associated with the administration of this Part 17. A, bold, the direct allocation. The department change and administrative fee for direct allocations. The executive shall annually determine the amount of the fees, strike type, and no eventually the amount of the fees specified in this paragraph 8 specifically reimburse the department for more than 30% of direct and indirect costs of administering this Part 17. Unstrike type, the fee shall be borne by entities that use the direct allocation to issue private activity bonds to make a mortgage credit certification. Strike type 3, the executive director may promulgate rules in accordance with section Article 4 of this title to the extent necessary to the administrative Part 17. Unstrike type bold, Section 4 acts subject to petition effective date. This act takes effect at 12:01 a.m. on the day following the expiration of the 90-day period of the final adjournment of the General Assembly, August 5th, 2020. If adjournment is any day is May 6th, 2020, except that if a referendum is filed pursuant to Section 1.3 of Article 5 of the State Constitution against this act or item, section, or this act within such period, and this act, item, section, or part will not take effect unless approved by the people of the general election to be held in November 2020. In connection therewith, that will take effect on the date of the official declaration of the vote thereon by the governor.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1161? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1161. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1161 passes. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1057.
House Bill 1057 by Representatives Carver and McCluskey, Alternatives Quorum and Fenberg, concerning modifications of the Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Act.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1057 and the committee report from Rural Affairs and Agriculture.
To the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In committee, we did make several amendments to the bill to make sure that we were clear on our in-kind contributions. We moved a particular section of the bill that spoke about the diversity of stakeholders that we hope to have involved, and some clarification around the timing to make sure that we could get our grant program off and running in time for fire season. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Rural Affairs and Agriculture Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a bill that came out of the interim wildfire committee unanimously. The initial draft was part of an extensive stakeholder process, which we then renewed in reaching out across the state for those involved with wildfire, hazard mitigation, fighting fire, how we could make this grant program more effective, which is our primary mechanism for state-local partnerships in dealing with wildfire hazard. So we took amendments to the bill. There was an issue that was raised during the Rural Affairs Committee asking that we consider allowing gifts, grants, and donations to help the locals meet their match. And this is particularly important for the areas that are struggling economically. We have lowered the match to 25% because we had heard they could not participate because of the 50% match. But even at 25%, it is going to be challenging. So this, I'll be offering, I do move L006 to address that comment. And again, this would allow gifts, grants, and donations to help our local folks meet their match. Yeah.
Amendment L006 has been moved and is displayed. Is there any further discussion on L006? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L006. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it doesn't take much to think back to the summer of 2018 when our state was on fire. And on a very hot, crisp summer day in Summit County, I walked out of my office and saw a black plume of smoke over Buffalo Mountain. In the hours that followed, the days that followed, I lived with a community that was terrified of losing both property and lives. But thanks to the extensive wildfire mitigation that had been completed in the subdivision close to Wilderness, we were able to save over $1 billion in property and no lives were lost. It was that mitigation effort that prevented a catastrophic wildfire from wreaking havoc on my hometown. I live that story and am so proud to work with Representative Carver on an effort to expand the reach of our wildfire mitigation grant program. I'm excited to say that by lowering the match for lower wealth communities, by changing the timeline, by focusing on ongoing maintenance efforts, as well as opening this grant program to other nonprofit entities and our fire districts, we are allowing more communities to participate in this very worthwhile effort to protect our beautiful state. With that, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we don't have to engage in the dramatic in this particular situation. We have in Colorado the same level of wildfire hazard as Paradise, California. That is not an exaggeration. When we look at the amount of dead tree kill, and particularly dead tree kill, high hazard areas in many parts of our state, and near populated areas and towns that have a 2-lane highway, making evacuation very challenging as the fire moves quickly towards those populated areas. So this is, in the words of the witnesses that came before the interim committee, this is an eminent public safety hazard to life and property. And so strengthening this program, making sure that everybody in the state, regardless of county, regardless of whether you're a wealthy community or one that's struggling economically, can participate, ensuring that your in-kind that you bring to your match includes volunteer hours. All of this is critically important, and we certainly hope to be addressing this issue and other aspects later on this session. Very quick story that really reaffirms what we know in this area. A year before Waldo Canyon fire, a neighborhood in my district, Cedar Heights, recognized the amount of dead tree kill. They had about 200 acres. They costed out what it would take to mitigate, $300,000. While it was a fairly wealthy area, they could not front $300,000. Fortunately, they were able to work with the local fire chief and find a federal grant. 2 months before Waldo Canyon fire hit, they finished their mitigation. When the Waldo Canyon fire came roaring over the ridge, 60+ miles an hour, and I was standing there watching, getting ready to evacuate my own home. The fire hit the mitigated area, and the firefighters said the fire pooped out. That neighborhood was saved. When we look at the cost of mitigation, it is at a minimum $1 spent of mitigation to either prevent wildfire or minimize the scope of the fire until we can get it put out. We pay 4 times as much or more in fire response. Millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars we have spent in post-fire recovery, whether it's Hayman, Waldo Canyon, Black Forest. So the math here is a no-brainer. Appreciate your indulgence, members. Ask for an aye vote.
And Representative Carver, before we go on, just for clarification for the body, Amendment L006 was to the committee report, so it actually has not been adopted. Representative Carver.
Mr. Chair, ask for an aye vote on L006.
So the committee report has already been adopted. Your amendment was to amend the committee report, so we've already passed that. Representative Carver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Procedural issue and insufficient caffeine. I move House Bill 20-1057 and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. All right. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1057? Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My sincere thanks to all those who took the time all summer long to meet on the Wildfire Matters Review Committee. This is a very good piece of legislation. I wasn't on the committee, so I'd like to learn more. It says this is specifically for an area with fewer economic resources. I'm wondering what that means exactly, and I think it's going to ask the Forest Service to establish the policy, but I'm wondering what was discussion in the interim committee, and how do we define essentially fewer economic resources?
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for the question. We have been talking about this and talked about it in interim committee as well with our partners in the Forest Service. We are looking for some federally established guidelines that already exist, an index that we can use to apply to our communities across the state for that determination.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, bill sponsors, for bringing this bill forward, House Bill 1057. And members, in 2018, if you don't remember, was one of the most devastating fires in southern Colorado, the 3rd largest fire that hit Costilla and Huerfano County. It was devastating. It took out infrastructure, broadband, communications, They closed Highway 160. Houses were burned. A lot of people in my community had to revert to other resources. And this bill, House Bill 1057, brings resources, but also planning management that creates healthy forests and reduce wildfire risks that will pay substantial dividends across the state, especially for southern Colorado. Mitigation efforts drastically reduce the cost and suppression and eventually the cost of recovery. With this, thank you for the bill sponsors, and you have my support on this bill.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it was my honor to chair the Wildfire Matters Interim Committee. And of all the bills that are coming out of that committee, this is perhaps the one that has the most chance to really protect a lot, especially our rural communities and some of those with economically disadvantaged communities. So I strongly encourage you to vote yes, and I want to express my sincere appreciation to the bill sponsors for this excellent bill. Thank you.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, sponsors, for bringing this. Colleagues, I want to approach this from a little different perspective. But I've been here for a few years, and I keep hearing all these bills on mitigation, and then I hear people talk about the outrageous wildfires that we have. Here's a fact. If you live in the forest, you're going to burn. Not a question of if, it's a question of when. That's the fact of life in the forest. That's the way it's always been for centuries. That's the way it always will be. We need to protect, not just mitigate. We need to protect, not just mitigate. Protection is not pretty. That's why you don't hear very many people up here in the well advocating for protection. A 500-foot fire lane bulldozed through a forest is not pretty, but it's the only thing that will stop those wildfires. We just experienced the Decker fire. Another one of those that just goes out of control. Here's what we do. We put out wildfires. That saves the pine beetles. They kill more pine trees. Then we have bigger wildfires. Then we put more money into putting out the wildfires, which protects the pine beetles. Are you starting to get the picture? So I am in full support of this bill. We need the mitigation. It does slow those down. But in terms of the catastrophic fires we're having, it's protection, not mitigation. So we have to change our mindset from clearing out the brush around million-dollar homes and protecting them in these pretty areas to actually making fire lanes in our forest that will protect residential areas. Residences can only go so far. When you get to federal and state lands, you can't build there. That's where you have to have those fire lanes. So having seen that just most recently in the Decker fire, folks, we need to get serious about protection and not just mitigation. So thank you for the mitigation piece, but we've got to think bigger, folks, and you're going to get crossways with people that say, don't bulldoze down our pretty forest, wait until they burn down a raging fire is the other option. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1057? Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that HB 201057 be read at length. Thank you.
Second regular session 70.
There's been a motion to read House Bill 1057 at length.
20-0377.01 Bob Lackner X 4350 House Bill 20-1057 House Committees Senate Committees Rural Affairs and Agriculture A bill for an act concerning modifications to the Forest Restoration and 101 Wildfire Risk Mitigation Act. .102 Bill Summary. Note. This summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lake.colorado.gov/. Wildfire Matters Review Committee. The bill makes the following modifications to the existing Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation Act, and, specifically, the grant program funded by the Act. Currently, grant applicants are required to self-finance 50% of the cost of a project funded by a grant. The bill, in the House sponsorship Carver and McCluskey, Cutter, Snyder, Will Senate sponsorship Quorum and Fenberg, Ginnell, Lee shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Project that is located in an area with fewer economic resources, lessens this requirement so that grant applicants are required to self-finance 25% of the total cost of the project. The Forest Service is required to establish a policy that specifies the criteria by which a project will satisfy such requirements. Permits a grant project eligible to receive funding to support ongoing maintenance efforts undertaken by eligible recipients to reduce the threat of large, high-intensity wildfires. Adds to the list of recipients eligible to receive grant funding a fire protection district and a nonprofit organization or entity engaged in firefighting or fire management activities. Extends the date by which the grant program will be repealed to September 1, 2029. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado 1 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 2331-310, amend 2, 3, 4.5, d, and 9, and add 4.3, 4.5, f, and 4.5, g, as follows 32331-310. Forest Restoration and Wildfire Risk Mitigation for Grant Program, Technical Advisory Panel, Legislative Declaration -5 Definitions, repeal. 3. Grant Projects. The Forest Service shall issue 6 a statewide request for proposals for cost-share grants for projects that are 7 designed through a collaborative community process. The projects may 8 be entirely on, or on any combination of, private, state, county, or 9 municipal forest lands. The grant share of an individual project cost must tend not exceed 50% of the total cost of the project or exceed $11 million per project. In the case of a project that is located 12 in an area with fewer economic resources, the grant share of an 13 individual project cost must not exceed 75% of 14 the total cost of the project or exceed $1 million per 15 project. The remaining portion of the project's funding may be in the 16 HB 20-1057-2. Form of cash, stumpage, or in-kind contribution. The Forest Service 1 shall establish a policy that specifies the criteria by which a particular project will satisfy the requirement of this 3 subsection, 3, that it is located in an area with fewer economic resources, as applicable. 5, 4.3, in addition to satisfying subsection 4 of this 6th section, a grant project that receives funding under this section 7 may also support ongoing maintenance efforts by eligible 8 recipients to reduce the threat of large, high-intensity 9 wildfires. 10, 4.5. Eligible recipients. Eligible grant recipients include 11, d, state agencies, such as the State Land Board or the Division of 12 Parks and Wildlife, that own lands or property in areas of high risk for 13 catastrophic wildfires, and 14, f, a fire protection district, as defined in Section 32-1-10315, and 16, g, a nonprofit organization or entity engaged in 17 firefighting or fire management activities. 18, 9, repeal. This section is repealed, effective September 1, 200 and 2219 September 1, 2029.20 Section 2. Act subject to petition, effective date. This Act 21 takes effect September 1, 2020, except that, if a referendum petition is 22 filed pursuant to Section 1, 3, of Article V of the State Constitution against 23 this Act or an item, section, or part of this Act within the 90-day period 24 after final adjournment of the General Assembly, then the Act, item 25 section, or part will not take effect unless approved by the people at the 26 HB 20-1057-3. General election to be held in November 2020 and, in such case, will take one effect on the date of the official declaration of the vote thereon by the 2 Governor. 3 HB 20-1057-4.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1057? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1057. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1057 passes.
It's the wrong person to do this. Mr. Rando, please read the title of House Bill 1159.
House Bill 1159 by Representatives Roberts and Catlin, also Senators Donovan and Corum, concerning the authority of the state engineer to confirm the extent of uses of water in existence on the date of an instrument flow appropriation.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1159. There is no committee report.
Thank you. To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1159 stems out of some concerns that both Representative Catlin and I have heard from across the state, in which agricultural users were concerned that their long-time use of water, particularly for things like stock water, could be threatened by other programs that the state conducts. So this bill clarifies that those historic uses for our Colorado agriculture community will be protected, regardless of any future programs that the state conducts. It's a great bill for agriculture, a great bill for water. I would appreciate an aye vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. This is an opportunity for the state of Colorado to do something that allows people to trust what the state of Colorado has said and done. This takes us past the idea that the state of Colorado could change their mind in regards to how they were going to enforce some of the water rights along some of these streams and rivers. This allows the state engineer to recognize previous uses under previous water rights that now will not be impacted by asking for more water in stretches of river that the state of Colorado manages. This is a good bill. Vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1159. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1159 passes.
Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1181.
House Bill 1181 by Representatives Arndt and McKenna, Senators Moreno and Woodward, concerning the repeal of the fuel tax exemption for nonprofit transit agencies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Folks, I give you I give you one of our statutory revision bills. I move House Bill 1181. Or no, are we done with that, right? No.
Bill has been moved to...
No, I got this. You get away. I got this. Thank you.
To the bill, House Bill 1181.
To the bill. You know what? This statutory revision, here's some of my favorite language probably ever. The reason why we feel like we need to repeal this is it was determined that this tax credit has never been claimed, primarily because most vehicles used by these agencies do not operate using these types of fuel. So occasionally we pass bills, and when we pass those bills, sometimes they don't actually apply to anything, and so sometimes we have to come by and later and get rid of it. So let's get rid of it.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1181? Well said, Representative McKean. All those, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1181. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1181 passes. Mr. Randall, please read the title of Senate Bill 11.
Senate Bill 11 by Senators Heisey and Winter, also Representatives Catlin and Valdez D, concerning permanent authorization for third-party providers for vehicle identification number verification inspections for commercial vehicles.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 11.
To the bill.
Senate Bill 11 clarifies the current pilot commercial vehicle VIN inspection program in the state of Colorado for the State Patrol. This is a good bill, and I thank Bill Sponsor Catlin for sponsoring this bill with me.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. This is a bill that came out of the Interim Transportation Committee. It does some good for our trucking community because there was such a lag time in being able to get registrations and VIN numbers inspected that we put into place a pilot program last year to see if we could get third parties to be able to do that and make it a little quicker. This is one of those pilot programs that worked. This allows trucks to get out on the road without sitting there for months and weeks and months waiting for a vehicle inspection. This is a good piece of legislation. Good bill. Vote yes.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 11? Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I'd like the bill read at length, please.
There's been a motion to read Senate Bill 11 at length. Please read the bill.
General Assembly, State of Colorado, read gross. This version includes all amendments adopted in the House of Introduction. LLS no. 20-0347.01 Jason Galender X 4330 Senate Bill 20-011 Senate Committees House Committees Transportation and Energy A Bill for an Act concerning permanent authorization for third-party 101 providers to perform vehicle identification number 102 verification inspections for commercial vehicles. Point 103 Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov/. Transportation Legislation Review Committee. A pilot program, created in 2017 authorized third-party transportation associations or organizations approved by the Chief of the Colorado State Patrol to perform vehicle identification number, VIN, verification inspections for commercial vehicles. The statute authorizing the program Senate third reading unamended January 30, 2020 Senate second reading unamended January 29, 2020 Senate sponsorship Heisey and Winter, Donovan, Foote, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Scott, Corum, Crowder, Lundin, Marble, Sonnenberg, Woodward House sponsorship Catlin and Valdez D. Duran, Exum, Froelich, Gray, Hooten, Valdez A. Shading denotes House Amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate Amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing statute. Dashes through the words indicate deletions from existing statute. Repealed, in accordance with its provisions as enacted, effective January 1, 2020. The bill recreates the program as a permanent program. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado 1 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, recreate and to reenact, with amendments, 42-1-232 as follows 342-1-232. Third-party VIN inspection program, rules -4 definitions. 1. For the purposes of this section 5, A, chief means the chief of the Colorado State Patrol. Point 6, B, convicted means a conviction of, or pleading guilty 7 or nolo contendere 2, a violation of the law. Point 8, C, permit means authority for an organization to employ people to verify information, including a VIN, that may 10 be required to register a commercial vehicle under Article 3 of 11 this Title 42 or to be issued a certificate of title under Article 612 of this Title 42.13, D, VIN. Means vehicle identification number. Point 14, 2. The chief shall create a program that authorizes a 15 transportation association or organization to verify 16 commercial vehicle information, including a VIN, as a 17 vehicle-related entity if the transportation association or 18 organization demonstrates to the satisfaction of the chief that 19 IT and any individuals it may employ to verify information meet 20 the requirements of this section and any rules promulgated to 21 implement this section. Upon determining that a Transportation 22 association or organization meets the requirements of this 23 section and any rules promulgated to implement this section 24, the chief may issue a permit to the applicant. Point 25011-2. Be issued a permit to verify information, including 1A VIN, as a vehicle-related entity. An applicant must 2A, employ verifiers who demonstrate knowledge of the 3 process and standards and who have not been convicted of for violating Article 4 of Title 18 within the last 10 years. 5B, submit the name, background, experience, location of 6 operation, contact information, and any other information 7 required by the chief of each employed verifier. 8C, furnish evidence of a savings account or deposit in a non-certificate of deposit meeting the requirements of Section 101135-101 or a surety bond at 11I, holds harmless any person who suffers loss or damage 12 arising from the issuance of a certificate of title that included 13A verification done by the permit holder, and 14.2 IS in the amount of at least $10,000. Point 15, 4, a vehicle-related entity shall not employ a verifier 16 until the chief has approved the verifier. The permit holder 17 shall submit to the chief the name, background, experience 18 location of operation, contact information, and any other 19 information required by the chief of each verifier. Within 720 days after ceasing to employ a verifier, the vehicle-related 21 entity shall notify the chief that the individual no longer 22 verifies information for the vehicle-related entity. Point 23, 5, a vehicle-related entity shall not charge more than $25 per transaction to verify information. Point 25, 6, the chief may deny or cancel a permit for 26A, failing to comply with this section, 27011-3. B, failing to maintain in full force the savings account 1 deposit in a certificate of deposit, or surety bond required by 2 subsection 3 of this section. 3C, misrepresentations in applying for a permit. 4D, being convicted under, or employing a verifier who is 5 convicted under, Article 4 of Title 18. 6E, incompetence or failing to adequately verify 7 information, including a VIN, as a vehicle-related entity. Point 8, 7, the chief may promulgate rules reasonably necessary 9 to implement this section, including establishing application 10 procedures and any required forms and establishing procedures 11 in compliance with Article 4 of Title 24, for canceling a permit. Point 12, the chief may summarily suspend a permit for up to 60 days. 13, pending a hearing to cancel a permit if the chief determines that. 14, irreparable harm may occur if the permit holder continues to. 15, verify information, including a VIN, as a vehicle-related entity. Point 16, 8, for the purposes of verifying information in 17 accordance with Articles 1 to 5 of this Title 42, a permit holder. 18, is a vehicle-related entity. Point 19, Section 2. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds 20 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate 21 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Point 22011-4.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 11? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 11. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 11 passes. Mr. Randall, please read the title of House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representative Eskar, also Senators Garcia and Pedersen, concerning the relationship between state employees and the state as their employer, and in connection therewith creating the Colorado Partnership for Quality Jobs and Services Act.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1153, the State Affairs Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. State Affairs Committee report.
The State Affairs Committee, we had one amendment. It was a technical amendment to the draft. There was a typo that we had to fix. I ask for an aye vote.
I'm sorry, Representative Eskar. We're going to go to the Appropriations Committee report first, is what I've been told.
Okay.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
I have an amendment to the Appropriations Committee report brought to me by my drafter. I move Amendment L005. This is a technical amendment to correct an error in numbering in the Appropriations Amendment. In the Appropriations Committee report, we had a typo. We had to fix it. This amendment to that report fixes the rest of the bill for the appropriate numbering. I ask for an aye vote.
Amendment L005 to the Appropriations Committee report has been moved. Is there any discussion on L005? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm coming up a little bit early on here because you're running an amendment.
It's the Appropriations Committee report.
I know. I have an amendment for the Appropriations Committee report myself. And I'm not sure that if this were to pass, if it would be a settled question issue. So just to be safe, I'm going to go ahead and move a substitute amendment, L003, and ask that it be displayed. Doesn't matter what we drop. I just want to say.
I have no idea. Am I numbering?
Yeah, I don't want to settle question issue. I did just to be safe.
I understand.
Should we talk with a lawyer?
Yeah. We take a recess? Yeah. Committee will be in a brief recess. Committee will come back to order. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After discussing with the staff, I'll go ahead and withdraw this amendment and wait for Representative Escar's amendment to pass and then reoffer it. So thank you.
Thank you. L003 has been withdrawn. We are back to L005. Is there any further discussion on L005? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L003 and ask that it be displayed.
L003 has been moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, so during, and you'll forgive me about this because it's a little complicated that I had to do the amendment on the Appropriations Committee report, but this amendment was based off of testimony that was given during the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee. And when we had discussion from witnesses that spoke in favor of the bill, one of the things that was pretty striking about what was going on was that state employees felt that they were unable to discuss working conditions. They were unable to discuss ways to improve their working environment because they felt that perhaps their supervisors, the people that are above them, would potentially punish them and engage in retaliatory behavior against them if they spoke up about trying to improve their particular situation. And I think that's inappropriate for state, government supervisors and managers and what have you to be in a position to where they can retaliate against state employees. And I think perhaps for this particular bill, if we narrowed this a little bit and empowered state employees to actually be able to talk about their grievances, talk about better working conditions in a way where they're not going to be punished, then I'd probably suggest to you that most of the issues will go away, and that way we won't necessarily need to be having a policy that requires something that's similar to what you would find with private unions or private management with respect to negotiating and discussing working conditions. I think, adopting this and making essentially this into the bill will help the situation without us having to create a mechanism for people to have to pay dues into a union and then go through that process. We just need to tackle the root cause. The root cause is retaliation. And if there are state supervisors and management that are retaliating against our state employees, then we should stamp that out. We should fight that and not create a complicated process. So I would ask yes to this amendment, and I welcome the bill sponsor's input.
Any further discussion on L003? Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, members. I just want to rise in support of this amendment. I think this is a good idea. Let's trim this down a little bit, not create this huge bureaucracy. Let's make sure that people have a voice and they can organize without having the large expense added, and also just being free to do that at a more grassroots level. I think that's a good amendment, and we all know how monies tend to be used in unions for partisan purposes. So, thank you. Please vote yes.
Further discussion on L003. Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this, although I appreciate hearing my colleagues who are on the State Affairs Committee listening to all of the testimony we had. I appreciate that you all heard them loud and clear. What this bill does is actually listen to exactly what the state employees have been asking for and what they've been needing all along. The way the bill's drafted is what they've asked for. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L003? Seeing none, the question, a division has been called. Just kidding. The question is the adoption of Amendment L003. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated and remain sitting. All those in favor of L003, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. All right, you may be seated. Amendment L003 is lost. To the Appropriations Committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the State Veteran and Military Affairs Committee report. Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the State Affairs Committee report, we also just had a technical amendment that we had to add. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the State Affairs Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Affairs Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes still have it. The State Affairs Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a very important bill that we are talking about today. Since 2009, there's been a growing problem in Colorado with increasing employee turnover, programs in our state operating with short staffing, forcing employees to work extensive overtime, and low morale that jeopardizes the vital public services that we know keeps Colorado functioning. The growing turnover makes it hard to provide quality service to residents, reduces the efficiency and effectiveness of state agencies, puts a strain on state workers, and burdens taxpayers. With 1/5, 1 in 5 jobs vacant in our state, this legislation will help us better attract talented workers and retain experienced and exceptional state workers that we already have, putting more people to work and strengthening our state workforce. Colorado also faces a challenge of keeping workers in positions where high turnover may not only be costly, but let's face it, potentially dangerous. Turnover rates are high for security officers in the state's adult prisons and in the youth correction facilities, nurses who care for veterans in our state's nursing homes, client care aides who help residents in our state's mental institutions, and transportation maintenance workers who plow our snow and repair our state highways. Make no mistake, we as a state pay nearly $48 million in overtime costs right now. This bill is about improving state services and jobs for Colorado families, the people who serve the citizens of Colorado, and do critical work to keep us safe, clear our roads, provide nursing care for our veterans, and maintain our parks and natural resources. And they help keep our air and water clean and respond to emergencies and so much more. For more than a decade, state employees have come together, creating a partnership with the state to improve the services they provide to our communities and to negotiate for fair pay and benefits to support their families. I do have 2 amendments I need to run as well. So with that, I'd like to move L004.
Okay, L004 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this has been a bill that we have been working on for quite a long time, and we have an amazing drafter who found one little drafting error that we need to correct. That's what Amendment L004 does. It's a simple one-word amendment that makes clear that employees working with both the Director of DPA and the Director of Division of Labor are excluded for the definition of covered employee as they were always intended. It's a technical fix. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L004? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. L004 is adopted. Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L026. As soon as I find it. I have it. Sorry.
L026 has been moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment makes several requests by the Attorney General's office. It prevents conflicts of interest for paralegals and legal assistants working with the Assistant Attorney Generals, provides more clarity of authority between the Division of Labor Standards and the DPA State Personnel Board. It clarifies that the state can enact reasonable restrictions on communications to covered employees, and it syncs language in the bill with the Colorado Constitution with regards to the definition of a covered employee. This amendment was brought to me by request of the Attorney General's office. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on L026? Representative McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question since we're looking at it and trying to read it on the run here. So we're talking about conflicts of interest. And really, my question is, I guess my challenge is that if we pick out certain conflicts of interest, I think we have to talk about others. And that is, where do employees have a voice in this process, especially when we talk about employees who have an impact on our discussions of the budget? So would these be employees covered under this plan or included under this organization? Would they be also employees who are discussing and making decisions on our state budget?
Representative Eskar.
No.
Any further discussion on L026? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of L026. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. L026 is adopted. Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L018 and ask for it to be displayed.
L018 has been moved and displayed to the amendment. Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we have to remember who the state employees are actually working for. They are working for the public, the citizens of Colorado. One of the concerns I have within this bill is that we have no transparency with these negotiations. It's the governor's designee who essentially has the ability to negotiate with the union reps, but they do this in a smoke-filled room. It's not subject to CORA. No one has access to these records. They can't see how the negotiations are going on. The press can't even see and report on it. Well, we're doing really the business for the people. And so what this amendment does is actually opens up that process and allows for some transparency to the negotiations.
Any further discussion? Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. Thank you, Representative Neville. I think this is a thoughtful amendment, and we need this transparency. People need to know what's going on. Well, we don't need these, union bosses with their suspenders and cigars in these smoke-filled rooms, cutting deals behind the scenes. People need to know what's happening, and this is an important amendment, and I rise in strong support of it.
Any further discussion on L018? Representative Holtorf.
I want to speak to this amendment, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how many of you are a fan of movies, but if you recently watched The Irishman, you got a little history lesson about how unions and union bosses operate. And that's not fiction. That is non-fiction in the history. Now, to the germane point here I will make, Mr. Chairman, that if we have open and transparent negotiations, we should all be in favor of transparency. We should say if unions are going to meet, they should be open to everybody. If you're going to make concessions, negotiations, if you're going to make policy or promulgate action against state employees who all work for the state and all the citizens of the state, then you should not be afraid of transparency. Why do we fear transparency? That's a very important question today. And I would argue that history is replete with union bosses in this country taking advantage, and we can cite examples, and I have some that I will cite when I talk to the bill, of this problem. But if you put transparency into this, Mr. Chairman, and members of this chamber, if you put transparency into this, what do you fear? Do you have a fear? I wouldn't have a fear. I would have no fear because I'm in favor of transparency. So let's vote yes. Let's vote for transparency. Let's vote for the people of this state. Let's vote for the leadership of this state. Because I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, as a rural legislator, there's a lot of people in the largest district in this state that don't trust. They have a great mistrust for the things that are done in these backdoor rooms with the doors closed and the power bosses circling around a table making big decisions that affect all of us. There is a great mistrust. So if you want to eliminate the mistrust in my district, ladies and gentlemen, then step forward, allow for transparency, allow for everyone to see what's going on, and let it be heard so we can build that trust in the great state of Colorado from the western slope to the eastern slope. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, members. So obviously, I think it's pretty clear that we all have issues with the underlying bill on my side of the aisle. But if we are going to entertain any amendments, I would ask that you seriously give thought to entertaining this amendment. We have so many of our communications. We, as public servants, have an obligation to be transparent to the taxpayer. There is a mistrust of government. There is a mistrust of even the legislature that will further be exacerbated if we pass this bill without this amendment. There is no real reason that we should not open up union negotiations where it is the taxpayer being negotiated against by employees. Why that taxpayers who are on the hook for this should not have the right to know what was negotiated, what was agreed to. There is no reason not to allow the sunshine to come in here. If we do not add this amendment on, it will mar the bill that passes because people will wonder why. If I can send in a FOIA request and find out what my legislator is sending in an email to my constituents, if I can send in a FOIA request and see every electronic communication that takes place between departments that are under government control, why can't I see what the unions are negotiating with my money? So in all seriousness, when you cast a vote on this, be wary of the message that this is sending. If you vote this amendment down, we are telling people we don't trust you with this information. And I don't know about you, but I don't think my constituents would really appreciate me telling them that they're not smart enough to read the agreement that we reached with their money. So please vote yes.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just going to kind of echo what my previous colleague, Representative Larson, just said. Taxpayer dollars, taxpayer employees, we have to be transparent. This amendment is very, very much needed in this bill because these aren't just private employees, private industry. This is all funded by taxpayer dollars, not government. Government has $0. They took their dollars from somebody that worked their tail off. Give those people the respect to be able to see what is going on with these negotiations, and I am in strong support of this amendment.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me be completely clear. The final contract that you talked about, Representative Larson, will be public. Any funding contemplated for that contract will be debated by and ultimately decided by us, the legislature. This is what we consider work product. Both parties involved in collective bargaining, the state and the employees, who I'd like to remind you are also taxpayers, will be represented by their union and need to be able to make proposals and arguments to discuss possible compromises frankly. Keeping bargaining sessions and bargaining proposals confidential serves this important purpose. And as you guys know, every decision we make down here occurs in public and has ample opportunities for the public to comment. We want to make sure that the core provisions that protect state employees' private data, address, phone number from being discovered by the public. The final product will be public. This is what we consider work product to get to the final stage. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative. I appreciate that point of view. The problem with that is that one of the parties in this negotiation is the taxpayer. When you are negotiating this contract, this is between the employee of the taxpayer and the taxpayer. So what this bill is saying is that the taxpayer does not have the information that is going on during negotiation. We are fundamentally misunderstanding what this appropriation is, what this relationship is. The employer of these employees is the taxpayer of the state. So if the taxpayer is not able to understand what is being negotiated on their behalf, then how do they have buy-in? So I appreciate the analogy that this is work product, and I agree with it. It's just that this bill keeps one of the parties in the negotiation in the dark unless we add this amendment. So please support the amendment.
Representative Holtorf.
So the logic that was presented to you is flawed, because when these negotiations are made, there will be representatives, probably union representatives. I won't call them union bosses. I'll call them union representatives, although there will be union bosses. And if you study history, you know what union bosses are capable of. Incredible leverage. So I would tell you that this amendment is important to protect the transparency of the process. Now, when we have controversial issues, we promote public hearings everywhere. Why would we fear a public hearing when we're negotiating high-stakes contracts? Why would we fear that? I don't know. But this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, is a simple amendment. It asks for one simple thing: transparency. And I send a message to the entire state of Colorado. Let's be fair to our state employees and give them any benefit of the doubt. If this bill were to pass, you have that benefit. But let the state of Colorado and the citizens of this great state have the opportunity to have transparency. If you deny that, then my question is, what are you hiding in future time? Is there something that's hidden in future time that we don't want the citizens to see? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. But I don't know why it would be so hard to pass an amendment that says, let us just have simple transparency. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in the very recent past, DPS kind of had some issues with their negotiations. And this amendment, I think, would help clean that up to where the state government wouldn't have the same issue as DPS had. So let's all refresh our memories with that. Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to urge an aye vote on this amendment too, folks. What we do down here really should be transparent. We need to make sure that our bosses, i.e. the taxpayers of this state that are the ones that vote for us and send us here to do work on their behalf, know what we're doing. And I think that they do need to know what we're doing at all stages. And we're not asking for the personal identifiable information of employees to be public. We're asking that the actual points that are being negotiated are being made public, and that the taxpayers that are actually paying these potentially higher expenses that may result from the collective bargaining agreement would actually be able to read what we're doing, see what we're doing, watch what we're doing, ask what we're doing, and then be able to give us input along the way. That is so crucial, folks. It is very important that our bosses know what we're doing. It would be, if you had any other job, you would definitely have to let your boss know what you're doing at any given stage along the route. You would not just be able to show up with a completed, done deal and say, well, can't change things, folks, this is it. We really need to make sure that we are being transparent with our taxpayers and with the people of Colorado that are actually paying our salaries and the employees of the states, and let them know what we are doing in these negotiations. So with that, colleagues, I urge and I vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative Esgar, I don't understand the opposition to this because putting on my superintendent hat, when we negotiated with the educators, if we shut everybody out, the public would take us to the woodshed. So what's the problem with being open in negotiations with the teachers union and not being open with state employees?
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I want to make something very clear. Some of these state employees aren't comfortable talking publicly about the issues they are facing at work. To make everything open and public like this puts some of these workers in danger of being reprimanded against. These conversations happen. You all and all of us will actually be the ones to make the deciding vote on what the end product will be. It will be public. It will be open.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Esgar, for that response. But with all due respect, I want to point out there are educators that aren't comfortable telling what they have as far as problems with their administrators, or i.e. superintendent of schools. And it's in a community small enough to where we know the names and phone numbers and residences.
Representative Champion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first time in the well.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, good.
Appreciate that. I rise and stand for this amendment, and I believe in transparency, and everything I've done in the oil and gas business all throughout my life, we have to deal in transparency. Why wouldn't you stand for transparency? I respectfully disagree with your comments. Thank you very much. But I ask the sponsor again, why wouldn't you really want transparency when you're paying with public funds for this kind of a project? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, if this were a nonpartisan organization that was negotiating the contracts, then we would all be a lot more comfortable, but we know better than that. AFL-CIO and others do not come in as nonpartisan organizations. In fact, they come in as an extension of one of the major parties. That's how it's always been. So we need to have that kind of transparency for things like requiring that the funding of their employees, of union employees, be funded by the people, and to have an office and be placed and to intimidate those employees who would not want to be a member of the union. We saw that over and over when we were uncovering in Douglas County's school district when in 2009, when we looked into what had been negotiated, and in fact, the salaries of 4 full-time non-teaching union employees, their salaries were buried about 4 layers deep into the chart of accounts so that it could not be recognized. We need to have all of this apparent, transparent, all of those negotiations, including the kind of things like how many dollars are going to come out of this and go into political campaigns for the sake of one political spectrum philosophy. These things need to be revealed so that the people can be aware of what they ultimately are paying for. There should be no embarrassment, there should be no hiding unless there is something to hide. So let's not hide it, let's be upfront, let's be transparent. It is the people's dollars, it's the people's employees, so let's be open and honest with the people.
Representative Holtorf.
Ladies and gentlemen, I unfortunately have to point out another flawed argument. When you put a union in place, there is a very specific structure for employees to complain. They go through their union. Their union structure allows for that, and there is no disclosure to the public. So as a previous colleague mentioned, she has a concern for that. This has nothing to do with that. This talks about contract negotiations. This doesn't speak to employee-employer relationships. This doesn't speak to, I have a conflict at work and I'm afraid to speak because I may be punished. This does not speak to any of that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be perfectly honest here as we fight for or against this amendment. This only speaks to contract negotiations, large contract negotiations, specifically, and transparency is one of the best tools for allowing this bill to move forward in our state and keep a lot of the bad apples out of the barrel. And make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen, if we unionize and go to the degree, and I'm not saying we will, but if we go to the degree that history has provided for us in this country, then there is a potential for bad apples to get in that barrel and cause a lot of problems in our great state. So my plea is simple. Vote for the amendment, vote for transparency. Let people see in these big negotiations what's going on. Let the state see. What are we hiding here? What could we be hiding here? And let's keep the arguments to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And since questions of political affiliation were unfortunately put into issue, I just wanted to point out that this didn't used to be a partisan issue in the way that we debated it in our country. So I thought I would read the following words. Where free unions and collective bargaining are forbidden, freedom is lost. That was Ronald Reagan, 1980. I support the bill as introduced, and I stand against the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I think this is a good discussion. I actually have a memorandum here from the Attorney General dated 2009, and it's about the presumption of openness, so I'd like to share this with you. As President Obama instructed in his January 21st FOIA memorandum, the Freedom of Information Act should be administered with a clear presumption. In the face of doubt, openness prevails. This presumption has two important implications. First, an agency should not withhold information simply because it may do so legally. I strongly encourage agencies to make discretionary disclosures of information. An agency should not withhold records merely because it can demonstrate, as a technical matter, that the record falls within the scope of a FOIA exemption. Second, whenever an agency determines that it cannot make a full disclosure of a requested record, it must consider whether it can make partial disclosure. Agencies should always be mindful that the FOIA requirements, or that the FOIA requires them to take reasonable steps to segregate and release non-exempt information, even if some parts of a record must be withheld. Other parts either may not be covered by a statutory exemption or may be covered only in a technical sense unrelated to the actual impact of the disclosure. And so, members, I think this is pretty straightforward in the sense that even though we don't have a legal obligation, I think transparency is good for the taxpayers. I mean, these are state employees paid for with tax dollars, and I don't think anyone's arguing that they too are not taxpayers. But this just adds another layer where the taxpayer has the ability to see exactly what's going on in these discussions and that sort. So I stand by the amendment, and it looks like this memorandum seems to emphasize that point. I encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while we were looking at the whole idea of what some of our predecessors in politics have said about unions in general, I actually need to stand up one more time about the transparency portion of this and letting the taxpayers know what we are doing with their money down here. This is something that FDR said when he was discussing public employee unions. He said he felt there wasn't a need in the public sector to have collective bargaining because the government is the people. We are the people. That being said, for us to then say, oh, no, but you can't know what we're doing here, that is a very bad precedent, folks. It's scary, it's dangerous, and I think we absolutely need to have transparency, and we need to have the ability for our taxpayers here in the state to know what we're doing with the whole union bargaining process and why we're doing it. When it's happening, they need to be completely apprised of the overall negotiations and what we're doing. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate everyone's aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address a statement made by the sponsor about we, the legislature, able to bring sunlight and transparency to this process, that we would be able to guarantee accountability as the way this bill is written. I support the amendment, and I want to just urge you to listen to the statements of the first president, AFL-CIO, George Meany. He said it was impossible to bargain collectively with government. Also, courts across the nation generally held that collective bargaining by government workers should be forbidden on the grounds of sovereign immunity and the unconstitutional delegation of government powers. And why is this important to this amendment? We'll continue on. Nothing is more dangerous to public welfare to admit hired servants of the state can dictate to the government the hours, wages, and conditions under which they will carry on essential services vital to the welfare, safety, and security of the citizen. We can just get rid of the safety clause in all of our bills because we'll have a union do it for us. They can dictate to us what is welfare, safety, and security. If government employees have the power to halt or check functions of government unless their demands are satisfied, is to transfer to them all the legislative, executive, and judicial power. So a statement made by the sponsor that we would have the power over this process is simply false. The very nature of public services, policing, putting out fires, gives the government a near monopoly anyway. And therefore, we could have employees that could hold the public hostage. Nothing could be more essential to this bill than this amendment. To have transparency over that process will at least let people know what is going on. Because right now, we would not have that power. We should at least give that window to the public so they can see what is going on and therefore enable their legislators to act. Urge a yes vote for the amendment.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out in the bill to your concerns, Representative Sane, that we have language in here specifically that says a state employee may not strike, no work stoppage, work slowdown, group stick out, or an action that disrupts on a widespread basis the day-to-day functioning of the state or any of its agencies or departments. So your concerns are issued in the bill.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, too.
I rise in strong support of this amendment. But let's look at what this amendment actually does. So it's talking about openness and transparency in collective bargaining agreements, which begs a very simple question. Why would we want openness and transparency during collective bargaining agreements? Well, let's actually think about what is being done in a collective bargaining agreement. You're actually setting what salaries or wages are going to be. So when we open them up to the public, and it's very transparent, what that means is that there can be no pounding on the table. There can be no name calling, no bully-like tactics. The different agents and representatives who are present at the collective bargaining agreement around the table actually have to act like decent human beings. The other thing is we don't have arbitrary prices that you start out with, because that would look pretty ridiculous if it ended up in a newspaper article. And so you have the different parties that come to the bargaining table actually come in better faith when it's open and transparent. It also means that we just can't have ridiculous demands being made of the taxpayers. And it's being very respectful of the fact that this is taxpayer dollars coming from our own back pockets, a segment of what we earn that we send to the public to help run the government. And that we, as taxpayers, should have a right to know what is happening. Just like in this chamber. We have cameras, we have a gallery. The public can watch our every moves. Even when we're in committee, the public is there as well. At any level, the public is there. And 24 hours is a very common theme in Colorado law. I mean, we have 24 hours notice before a special district meeting, or a city council meeting, or a county commission meeting. So why wouldn't we have it before a collective bargaining agreement meeting within the public sector? We also don't pass tax increases in secret. We don't find anything to do in secret. Let's open it up. Let's allow the public to see. It brings parties to the table in good faith, and I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L018? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so just to respond again, there's nothing in here that I can say. It doesn't dictate what the workday is or what hours. The second page says they may be subject to disciplinary action. So what kind of deterrent is that? There's no guarantees in this bill. They will not dictate work hours, which basically is a mini strike.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to serve with you in many capacities, including on our committee.
You as well.
Now, I want to speak to my colleague from Delta, who speaks with a voice of tempered reason. Words that are sincere, honest, and very practical. Please listen. Please listen, because at every level of government, we have public hearings, we have openness. And the more openness you have, I would argue, the better the outcome of governance. The better the outcome. Even when you're bargaining, and some of you might be concerned that, oh, there might be something that gets preempted, or maybe a deal may be diverted. But let's be honest, the strength of unionization and collective bargaining is significant if this bill comes into law. Let's be honest, a transparent feature or function in this does not in any way reduce the strength of collective bargaining at all. Let's be honest with each other here. Okay? But what transparency does for all of us in this state is provide an element that my colleague from Delta very articulately pointed out. And there should be no fear of this amendment. I don't understand how we can fear transparency and accountability. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on L018? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other point I want to make is elected officials, when compromised, sharing power with union leaders to determine government employees' wages, benefits, and working conditions. This could actually alter what public servants do on a day-to-day basis, not condoned by elected officials or the voting public. There is no deterrent in this bill. It's a maybe. You know, if you decide to go ahead and strike by altering hours not condoned by the public, not condoned by the legislature, we may do something. It might be a maybe. If they vote for benefits that nobody receives, either in the public sector or private sector unions or in the private sector, there's really no control over that. There's no disciplinary action in this bill that is a shall. That is a shall. The least we can do is vote for transparency to the public. I don't understand when that is such a roadblock in this bill, that the public should have transparency in this process rather than giving it over to union bosses, not to the legislature, to union bosses. And again, I am talking about public sector unions, not private sector unions. And I can almost guarantee to you, private sector unions, they will tamp you down. These public sector unions, they will gobble up what was already yours because government will grow bigger and bigger and bigger. And therefore, we should at least have transparency so you can see what's coming, because it is coming.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, esteemed colleagues. This will be the last time that I come and speak to this amendment, but I want to also mention something else that's very, very important. The bill sponsor said, well, there'll be transparency because when it's all done, there'll be a report that comes out and says, here's what happened. Maybe I'm mistaken in that. I tried to listen carefully. But let me tell you what that is, and I'll use a very simple metaphor. That is like finding out the score of the Super Bowl and not getting to watch the game. I would argue that no one wants to do that in any sport. And we certainly do not want to do that in state governance. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to consider this simple, transparent amendment so we can have the best state in the union. So we don't have backdoor deals being done, and then we find out the score of the game after the game is over. Boy, what a gift we will give to this state if that's the direction we run. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to bring one thing to some of our attention, all of our attention. I get an awful lot of emails from people from my district, from around the state of Colorado, that are asking me about what's going on. They want to know more and more about what we do, why we do it, how we do it. Some people call it transparency. Some people want to just know, look, I need to know what my government is doing. And we all subscribe to that. Government should be more transparent. That would be part of the answer for the state of Colorado and for the federal government. And I guess that I'm starting to agree with that. I feel like I'm an employee of the community that sent me. Well, I don't have a contract with them, but they did have enough faith in me to send me. And I have enough faith in them to do the best I can. I want people to know that I believe in the state employees in this community. Those that service us here in this building, I've never ran into a better bunch of people that are very serious about doing their job and doing it the right way and going about helping me do my job. The people that I've met in the CDOT, in all the other places that are employed by the state of Colorado, I want you to know I think we have a top-notch group of people that work for the state of Colorado. I believe in them. I think they've done a great job. So the idea, I've always thought that unions were to protect people and those kind of things. I don't want to get into that discussion. But I do think that when we start to talk about wages and when we start to talk about those kind of things, people should know what's being spoken about. We should be able to help those employees, and the best way we can do that is by being transparent. You know, this has been a great debate. Lots of folks have gotten an opportunity to get in line to talk about it. But I want to just bring one thing to your mind. That is, I believe the state of Colorado has some of the finest employees of any place in the state of Colorado, bar none. Public, private, it doesn't matter. I believe in them. I want them to be well compensated. I want them to be taken care of. I want them to feel like they're doing the right job for their lives, or for that portion of their lives. Now, I think we should be able to see what's being said between the two sides. I don't think there is an angry animosity between management and staff. I think we should be a little more transparent. Maybe we could make this thing work better. I would encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to really speak to the words just spoken by my colleague from Montrose and lift up that level of respect that he just brought to this conversation for the people that are working so hard for all of us, for this state, in just the right way. I think all of us from both sides of the aisle share that sentiment. At least I hope we all do. And I want to make sure that as this debate continues, that we aren't referring to any individuals in terms of being bad apples or people who are described in ways that really degrades their character. I think it's important that we all hold on to how our state employees are of value to us in this work, the work we're doing here in this building and elsewhere. And I want to comment on how personal it is to be able to share your hopes for wages and benefits, and that can be a very difficult and challenging conversation for any of us. And the fact that we're protecting that conversation through a private process before it becomes public and is out in the light of day, I really value and believe is important, just as the work that I do in working with my constituents, working with all of you, when we are able to talk privately about the issues that we're facing, better understand each other before we come forward in the light of day. I believe our process is better. It is not to say that we aren't for transparency. It is to say that we honor the process in a way that allows it to be transparent at the moment that it should. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I support the bill.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to point out a couple of specific words in this amendment. The press, contract negotiations between parties accessible to the public, and the press. So we value the role of the press to inform the folk, inform the people, and that's where that will come from. So the people are likely not to gather around contract negotiations, but the press will. So the press will know that the people have interest in this, and they will be there. Let's not prohibit or abridge the freedom of the press. I'll just remind this body of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, which applies to this body in the actions that we take, that Congress shall make no law respecting abridging the press or the right of the people to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This talks directly to that in ensuring that the press has access, and we can rely on the press then to inform the folk. I believe this is a very important transparency amendment, and we ought to add that out of respect for the folk, for the citizens, and let the press have that access so that they can inform us of what's going on in negotiating all those tens of thousands of good folk who are coming to work for those people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Soper.
I just told my
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, there's one thing that as I've been listening to the debate that I didn't hear, and that's how this amendment would actually be good for the union employees of the state, assuming this passes overall. And that's that by opening up the collective bargaining, the members can actually see what the union negotiators are actually bargaining for, negotiating for, because the state of Colorado is very big. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of employees, and that they have many different perspectives. And it's very important that they would be able to see what their representatives are actually bargaining for or negotiating for, because for many of them, they're not just employees of the state and members of the union, but they're also still taxpayers. And so they have a double interest in knowing what's going on in the collective bargaining agreements and being able to watch and observe what's being placed on the table or what's being bargained for, the types of services or the pay or the benefits. All that is just really important that they can see that, because they might disagree and they might want to take that up with the union bosses and let them know that, hey, I disagree with what you were bargaining for. I disagree with how you were negotiating. Because if they're blocked from being able to hear any of that, they have no idea what went on in those rooms. And it takes us back to the old days of smoke-filled rooms, negotiations that the public hated. And I guarantee you, the public is going to demand transparency. So once again, I strongly urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Time for discussion on L018. Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to echo that. I was sitting in my chair and I heard that conversation. I have a lot of familiarity with how contracts get negotiated and sort of what the eventuality of that is, which is the negotiating team goes and negotiates these points, and then members of the union get to vote on it. But a lot of times it's a vote up or down about things that they may or may not like, where information and understanding where they are in the process gives every single person a voice. We actually had a bill about that last year, that everybody ought to have a vote. Everybody ought to be informed. Everybody ought to have a voice in a process. And to be honest, I think this is even more important, because it affects not whether or not we're changing how the Electoral College works, but how we're actually negotiating the points that affect our paycheck, our ability to live a life in this state. I think this is not only a good amendment, I think it comports with everything we talked about last year, where people have a voice in the process at every stage. And this means that it is open, it means that it follows an example we've already set, and it means that it is literally a way to make sure that we are upfront and above board with not just the people of this state, but also the very employees that this would affect. I urge an aye vote.
Time for discussion on L018. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L018. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed no. Amendment L0. The question had already been called and votes had already been taken, so the division request is out of order. The amendment L018 is lost. To the bill. Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that we've had some discussion on pages of 14 and 15 in the bill, where we say that the organization is not allowed to threaten, facilitate, support, or cause a state employee to strike, a work stoppage, et cetera. And some questions have been raised about the language with the maybes in there in terms of discipline. And so I move L008 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L008 has been moved and displayed. To the amendment, Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment would do simply is remove this language that says that these these activities are not prohibited. I certainly don't think that that's a good idea, but I think the language in the bill is questionable in terms of preventing them, and I think that we should discuss this directly and ask for your consideration.
Is there any further discussion on L008? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, when we were hearing this committee and hearing this bill in State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, one of the questions that was brought up was, where's the leverage? So when we're having discussions about between management and unions, typically the power or the leverage that a union would have would be able to engage in strikes or work stoppages and what have you. This bill prohibits that. And so the natural question that came up was, okay, well, what's the ability of the unions to actually get better working conditions? What can they do? And as near as I can tell, they can enter into mediation, they can have negotiations in good faith, but at the end of the day, if the state, dug in its heels and didn't want to give in, then there's pretty much nothing that the unions can do. So working conditions may actually not improve. Now, I don't necessarily think that state employees should be able to strike, but it still begs the question, what are they empowered to do other than have discussions that they otherwise could already have? And I think there's certainly zero appetite on my side of the aisle to support such an amendment, but I would suspect that at least perhaps there's a contingent of 41 Democrats in the majority that may want to have this discussion and really think about this. Because at the end of the day, this very well could end up being, pie in the sky type stuff. We're empowering people to talk to each other, but when it really counts, a state administration, perhaps even a Republican one, could say, you know what, thanks for the talk, but we're not increasing wages. We're not going to give you extra benefits. And it's not even constrained to potentially different political administrations. It could be just simple fact that we have a limited amount of resources within the state budget. So if the JBC, and by extension the entire legislature says, you know what, we just can't, there's no money. There's no money to give extra benefits. There's no money to give extra wages. We just can't do this. And then all that discussion that the state employees could have is all for naught. Again, I don't think there should be any strikes or work stoppages, but at this point, my question, at least to the bill sponsor, is what's the remedy for state employees? Because as near as I can tell, there's nothing here. And I would like to keep it that way, but I would certainly like to hear, from the majority and see where they're actually at on this. Because as far as I know, when there's private unions and private corporations negotiating with between one another, at the very least, those private unions have the ability to engage in efforts that would force the private corporations to actually concede on a few issues. I don't see that in this bill, and I'd like to hear a little bit more about that from the majority if they want to talk about it.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on this. The reason the current language is in the bill itself that this would be striking out is because these are essential personnel. These are the people who are keeping our prisons running. These are the people who are keeping our roads clear. These are the people that are taking care of veterans in nursing homes. We cannot have the lives of Coloradans at stake with a strike or a work stoppage. That's why the language is in the bill. This is the language that the state employees who helped me work on this bill have actually asked for as well. We want to make sure that we are protecting Colorado, but at the same time, giving our state employees the voice that they've been asking for. The question about the ability and the power of the union if they don't have the ability to strike was answered several times in the committee hearing that we sat through. And what that came back to was the partnership that this develops, that this bill makes, is what gives them the power. It brings them to the table to have these conversations and to help bring solutions forward to make things better for the state employee workers and therefore all of Colorado. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. The language that this strikes is very important.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm actually a card-carrying union member who spent 27 and a half years working for the United States Postal Service. In my 27 and a half years at the Postal Service, we never had the ability to strike. We never had the ability for a work stoppage all the time that I was there because and again, these union members, this isn't a Sylvester Stallone movie or a Jack Nicholson movie about their lives. These are real people who go to work and do this every single day. Okay? In 1970, there was a problem in New York City, and I know from the people who were actually there, Mo Biller, who went on to become the president of the American Postal Workers Union, was the union president for New York Metro, got a call from people on the workroom floor, and they told him, Mo, we just walked off. And he said, you're not allowed to do that. And he said, well, it's too late. We're already outside. And so then they had to mobilize to find out what they were going to do. And the country in 3 days was actually shut down by the mail service. The president went and brought in the National Guard because you think just anybody can move the mail. Anybody can stand there and sort the mail and deliver to mailboxes. It's not true. So what ended up happening is that's when they organized and created the American Postal Workers, the National Association of Letter Carriers, and the like all of the way down. Not once during my 27 years was there ever a conversation about a work stoppage. In the 27 and a half years that I was with the post office, only one time did we actually have the ability to negotiate a contract from start to finish. Each and every time it went to binding arbitration, and we would get our pluses and minuses, and we would continue to work, and that's what we did, because that's what employees do. We're here to come to work. We're here to do what we signed up for. Everything that I have in my house, every single piece of furniture, everything that hangs on the wall, everything that is in any of those closets was provided by my union and the work that I did each and every day. My children having the ability to get a quality education, to get health care, me to have now had a retirement so that I can live into my golden years was provided because of my union representation and the 27 and a half years of being with the American Postal Workers. Now, it didn't start there. I got my first union card as a 15-year-old selling peanuts and popcorn in Red Wing Stadium, walking up and down the aisles. I had a Teamsters card when I was 15. And we didn't understand really at that point in time what that all meant, so we asked, why are you charging me 50 cents? Out of the hard labor I'm making walking up and down there. And they said, because you belong to the union now. We found out where that union was, and we went down and saw who was representing that. And that's happened after I got out of the service, and I went to work in a grocery warehouse. I once again became a union member working for the Teamsters. This is good work. These are good employees. We should defeat this amendment and move on to the bill, and let's get the employees here of the state of Colorado the representation that they need and want, and so that they can get back to work taking care of the people of the state of Colorado.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we just heard an argument that it's because they're essential employees, and so the right to strike shouldn't be there. And I will be a no on this. But I think it's important that we speak to teachers. Aren't teachers essential employees? I just wanted to make that point.
So any further discussion on L008? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I actually agree with Representative Sullivan. We should defeat this amendment. Nevertheless, and I appreciate Representative Sullivan for coming down here and providing his experience, but one thing that struck me about that impassioned speech was in it, there was, I think, a part from that was discussed in his experience for the union he was a part of, that there was binding arbitration, that actually forced potential concessions from the entity that he was working for. In this bill, again, there's nothing that necessarily binds the state from doing anything. I mean, imagine, if you will, just imagine that there was a Republican governor, right? And that Republican governor doesn't want to have any part of it. What's the course of action for union employees? That's ultimately my question. Okay, we're going to create this environment where they talk, and then it's essentially a Christmas list to Santa, and then nothing happens? I mean, what are we talking about here? I don't. Far be it from me to stop the majority from empowering union employees from actually having any sort of power in negotiation. No problem, because I don't think state employees should be able to strike or engage in work stoppages. And I would hope that my majority, or my colleagues in the majority, would also agree with that. But at the end of the day, I still don't understand really what the purpose of the bill is, because there really is nothing that we're really, if substance anyway, that we're giving state employees other than the opportunity to talk to people that they could already talk to anyway. So, with all due respect, there's nothing in here that really gives any leverage power for state employees. And if that's what the majority wants, if they don't want to empower state employees to actually have better working conditions, far be it from me to stand in your way. Again, I'm perplexed by what we're actually talking about here, because there is nothing that helps those state employees at the end of the day. If the legislature or the JBC wants to deny certain benefits, such as paid family leave or better working benefits with health care or extra increases, they'll do it. And then what? If we as a body say, you know what, there's just no room in the budget, okay, we'll do it. So I'm not sure, again, what this is, and I'll be right there with the majority if they want to ensure that employees of the state never strike. And I hope that's should this bill pass, I hope that's a promise from, not only the bill sponsor, but from the majority that won't change. The last thing I want to see is this bill pass, and then 2 years down the road, members of the majority say, you know what, it's really not working. We need to now allow for strikes and work stoppages, because that shouldn't happen. So I like the fact that we don't allow for this in the bill currently. I'd encourage everyone to vote no with the majority, because it feels as though the majority is saying loud and clear they don't want state employees having the ability to actually have any meaningful leverage in a negotiating scenario with the state. So vote no on this amendment. Vote with the majority to not empower state employee unions to engage in work stoppages or strikes. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L008. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. L008 is lost. Representative Sirota to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is long past due that we enshrine collective bargaining for all our public employees in statute. To my constituents and our other state employees who work so hard on behalf of the state of Colorado, thank you. I see you and I hear you loud and clear. I had the fortunate opportunity to hear this bill in committee. We have seriously dangerous shortages in some of our critical state agencies. We're having a challenge in recruiting new workers. We're spending $48 million in overtime for these overworked employees to fill in these gaps. And do you know what our state employees are saying is going to help improve this crisis? This bill. And I am so proud to be able to stand here with you and support this legislation today and every day going forward. We're going to get it done. We hear you. We see you. We're going to make it happen.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move an amendment L013 and ask that it be displayed.
Right. L013 has been moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has to do with on page 22 of the bill, where the negotiation is between a certified employee organization and the governor's designee. This amendment would also assign 2 members of the Joint Budget Committee who are not from the same political party, and they would consult with the governor's designee and also have voting rights. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L013? Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, this is like the ultimate, tiniest little level of transparency. Here we have a situation where a governor's designee, not even the governor himself, who's not elected, so someone he appoints, goes into negotiations with the union in a smoke-filled room. We have no idea what happens, and they come out and say, this is the deal we came to, and they bring it to us in the legislature, and then we have to go and discuss and vote on it and pass it, but we were never involved in the first place. Why not put us in a place that at least one of us from each party could actually be involved in those negotiations from the get-go? One branch of the government should not be controlling this entire process. Last time I checked, the governor is the governor. He's in charge of the executive branch. He is not the king. He does actually have to respond to the legislature. So how about giving us some say during the negotiation process and give us that ability so at least we have some sunshine that we can bring back to our citizens and tell our citizens what's going on. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think this amendment, I agree with the people that have just been talking about it, and thank you, Representative Rich, for introducing this amendment. I think it's important that we have as much participation by the different branches of government as we possibly can. I'm sure back in 8th grade, back in high school, we all learned about from the Constitution and the state constitution, we learned about the different branches, the executive branch and the legislative branch and the judicial branch of government. And for us to have employees that cross all the lines is already in place, and we have a lot of state employees. And then, but to have the governor or his designee be the one that is actually doing the negotiations as per the bill is really cutting out part of one entire branch. Now, we might want to know what's going on, and obviously we'll find out afterwards what happened, but by adding 2 members of our body of the Joint Budget Committee to be there as part of the negotiations would be crucial. Those 2 people would be aware of some of the budget constraints, things that are happening, and so when they are discussing wages, and I know the 3 points that the overall bill adds is wages, hours, and working conditions. So especially for the wage part, to have somebody on the Joint Budget Committee that is there participating, that has the overall picture of what the overall budget looks like, somebody that's been at the forecasts all year long, that understands kind of what we are facing as a state, to be there and participate in those negotiations would be crucial, I think. And then also to have them be able to then come back to their caucuses in this body, whether it's the Senate or the House, but just to have two people there that could actually be a part of the negotiation. So with that, Mr. Chair, I urge an aye vote on this amendment. And I actually ask that you all really consider this, because for us to just keep the negotiations between the executive branch and then the unions we're really cutting out our ability to participate by including the legislative branch as part of these negotiations.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed body of representatives. I see a lot of really good ideas coming forward here. And it pleases me to see governance in action. It pleases me to see people bringing forth these amendments that allow to strengthen what I would consider strengthen this legislation. Now, I know that the legislature has the power of the purse. I believe the JBC is declaring that they would like to be involved in the process so they know how the state's treasury's money may or may not be obligated in this process. So what a great idea to have this body represented. What a great idea. To work with the governor or the governor's designee in a spirit of cooperation and partnership for the considerations of the state, with other members, in this case, union representatives, who are there to conduct the bargaining. It's a great idea, particularly if you want to protect your power of the purse, which is our obligation and duty, as I understand it, unless in government class I was asleep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote. Part of the bill actually says once an agreement's made, the governor has to put it in his annual request, his budget that comes to the Joint Budget Committee, and not just 2 members, but all 6 of the members actually go through all of those requests. We go through it, that's what we've been doing, and that's what you all end up voting on when we pass the long bills. So we do have this ability now. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on L013? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I understand that it might come to the JBC, but it certainly wouldn't hurt to have 2 JBC members there during the negotiations and having the ability to vote. So I am asking for an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L013? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of L013. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L013 is lost. To the bill. Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L014 and ask for it to be displayed.
L014 is moved and displayed. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, as we've seen with the Janus decision, I think it's important that we actually are conforming to case law that's out there. And within the bill, there's no actual requirement that someone actually has to opt in. It's only opt out. And so what this amendment does is very simply states that before they can actually take dues from one of our state employees, before they do that, that they get written permission from that employee before they take their dues. Not just take their money and then they have to come back and ask later. We say before you take their money, get permission, ask them. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is vitally important, especially since we're we're talking about state employees. State employees who work for the public. This isn't, a situation where you have private employees where, a union existed prior to the employee working for the organization. We're creating a new, through this bill, we're creating a new entity here, a new ability for state employees to get into a union. But as the minority leader has already stated, it's essentially an opt-out situation. And I think since this is a new thing that we're introducing for our state employees, we want to make sure that we're asking them and asking for their consent, right? We're not foisting this upon them and asking them to get out of it if they want, but instead we're being proactive and asking them if they want to be a part of it before we start to have their dues taken. So I think this is a smart amendment. I think it certainly conforms to the previous case decision that the minority leader had brought up, and it's good policy. We talk about consent in this building. There's a lot of discussion about consent, and I think this merely helps us conform to, I think, the general attitude of consent that we should be having in every area of our public policy. So please vote yes.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues. We are a great nation that is made great in part by individual choice. By you having the freedom to make individual decisions on what you do, where you work, how you participate in your communities, what you believe, how you dress, how you wear your hair, and many, many other things. Now, I would also argue that that individual choice should be extended here. If a person wants to be in a union, let them. If they don't want to be a member of a union, give them the same consideration. Individual choice for citizens of the state of Colorado. For those of you out there outside of these halls listening, I know that you believe in individual choice. That's what makes us a great state. That's what makes us a great country. This amendment allows for that. I would argue that under a union system, there'll be many members that choose to be in the union. And that, by this amendment, will be their individual choice. But if there is not the desire for a member of the state who works for the state to have that union membership, should they not be given that same right? Should we say, no, you don't have the individual choice. We're unionizing the state, and by God, you're all in the union, like it or not, because we believe in that authoritative type of participation. We believe that people should be forced into membership. Can you imagine if the NRA had the same type of system? Oh my. Or any other organization. I understand that's a private organization, but it points out the point of forced membership. Forced membership in any organization, I believe, is un-American. I would also argue it's unconstitutional, and it should not be allowed, because we should, as representatives of this great state, protect everyone's individual choice, because individualism matters and the right to make free choices matter. And this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, speaks to that directly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for affirming our individual right to choose. What is great is that this amendment is not necessary because membership in WINS is completely voluntary. Nobody has to join the union and nobody has to pay dues.
Any further discussion on L014? Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it, members. I move as a substitute motion L035.
L035 has been moved.
Thank you, Mr.
We're
Chair.
not, just one second.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Van Winkle.
And what this does, it does something very similar to the underlying amendment, but it's a little different. It's much more simplified. As you can see, it's only 3 lines. And what it says is the state shall obtain approval in writing annually from each covered employee to make deductions from their paychecks pursuant to this section. So what it does is it says if the union wants to deduct automatically union dues from a person's paycheck, they just need to get the sign-off once a year, and then for that full year, they can automatically deduct union dues from that paycheck to fund the union activities and contributions and things like that. I think this is a very good amendment. Right now, we are a state that gives individual choice and representation. We're not a right-to-work state, so we're already, I mean, there's union activity legal over here, there's free market labor participation, there's individual choice. We're kind of in the middle as a state right now, Colorado. There's right to work. And this would be more paycheck protection. If an employee chooses that they don't want their fees automatically deducted, then they simply would have that option. And I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I also urge a yes vote. This actually is very similar to the amendment that I had prior to this, but it actually asks for this on an annual basis. Look, I think it's incredibly important that we get the employee's consent prior to taking their money. Let me reiterate that, because everyone's saying, well, this is voluntary, but it's an opt-out. We should be getting the employee's consent prior to taking their money. This does that, and also says they have to get that consent annually. I urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, we get their consent when they join WINS. When you join the union, you've got their consent. They're voluntarily joining this organization. You know, I hear this argument down here that there needs to be more choice in this bill. I was UFCW. I used to be a member of UFCW in high school. And in high school, I was working at Safeway. And, you know, I've said this many times in state affairs, but I felt like I was part of a family. When I was a member of UFCW, there were times where, you know, I'm really just working for gas money and maybe to go to the movies on the weekends. But being a part of that organization, I knew that there were people working there to feed their families, to provide for their loved ones. And being a part of that organization made me feel like I was a part of their family. Made me understand that my dues were going to help them and help get their contracts negotiated in a way that helped their family, and therefore made me a part of their family. And when we talk about choice, you don't get to choose your family. You get the family that you've got, and you love them, and you see them through. That's what this bill does. Members, we can talk about choice all day, but we're talking about having the ability to support other families and support each other collectively. So this amendment's unnecessary because, again, when you join WINS, you voluntarily joined this family. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, believe it or not, you know, I'm kind of afraid to admit this, but I actually used to be a member of UFCW as well. Yeah, and so back when I was a head clerk, you know, in college, and I don't know if I had the same experience because being a head clerk, you know, I was kind of middle management, so I was like the stepchild for the union, but also management. But either way, talking about that, it brings me to another example. When I was there, obviously I didn't want my political donations from my dues going to the causes that they were supporting. And guess what I had to do? I had to go in and go through this lengthy process to opt out to make sure that dues that I was paying weren't going towards political activities that I disagreed to. This changes that and says that you have to ask their permission first, get their permission in writing first, get their consent prior to taking their money, and do it on an annual basis. That's what this amendment will do. Without this, they don't have to give that consent annually, and the dues can be just taken from them year after year without ever getting their consent. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Minority Leader. Again, I didn't get to choose you as to be a part of my family, but I love you because you are a part of my family.
Such a nice moment. Do we have to? We'll keep going, I guess. Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to echo the comments of the Minority Leader. This is frankly compelled political speech. You should not be required to support political causes that you do not agree with as a condition of your employment. And I know that we are talking about there is an ability to opt out, but why shouldn't the automatic assumption be that when you take a job at the state government, that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to support a whole slew of political causes that the union is very openly involved in? This is, I think, frankly, a pretty common sense ask here. I think the family analogy, frankly, is not really apt here, because you don't get to choose your family because you're born into that. You shouldn't have to choose your place of employment based on what political persuasion you are. I certainly don't want the entire state government staffed only by people that choose to support the political causes that the union dictates. And I similarly wouldn't want the state government staffed with people who are opposed to those. I think that your employment in the state government should be based upon your aptitude for the job that's being listed. And if you happen to be someone who supports the union cause, then great. You can go and voluntarily sign up and have your paycheck deducted, but it shouldn't be the assumption that because you've opted to accept employment in the state government, that you automatically want to support all of the political causes that come along with that union membership. So you can still make your case. You can still have all the members you want. I don't understand why we need to just automatically enroll them and make them go through the active process of saying, hey, I want this job, but I actually don't want to contribute to the political cause. So support this amendment. It just makes sense.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to state, Minority Leader Neville, I'm so glad you saw the light and got out from underneath the union. This amendment is great. Being a county commissioner, every policy that was shoved down on to us from this building, we wanted opt-out clauses. It needed to be permissive. This amendment speaks to that. Not everybody is suited or wants to be under a union. And with this amendment, I think that makes it better. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L035? Assistant Minority Leader Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems like the main argument against it is this is unnecessary because anyone that joins a union wants to be a member of the union, thus wants to be there, have their dues automatically deducted. Therefore, I don't really see a reason why to vote against this or to shoot this down. If it's a non-issue, then it's just one more step towards transparency, towards protecting employees and their paychecks.
Representative Escar.
It's my bill. I'm bringing this down. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out page 16, line 19, covered employees authorized to be made. Authorize. This amendment is unnecessary. I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on L035? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L035. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Now we're back to Amendment L014. And Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This does the same thing we were just discussing again, but it doesn't actually even have the annual requirement. So again, just get their consent at least once before you take the dues. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And because this particular amendment references the Janus decision, now I know that was decided a little while ago, coming up on 2 years. I just want to refresh your memory on this because this is really important to our conversation. It's really important to our First Amendment rights, which this amendment would protect. Petitioner Mark Janus was a state employee with the state of Illinois. whose unit was represented by a public sector union. He was one of the respondents. He refused to join the union because he opposes many of its positions, including those taken in collective bargaining. The governor also opposed many of these positions and filed suit, challenging the constitutionality of the state law authorizing agency fees. Now, the justice that gave the majority opinion, which was Justice Alito, said under Illinois public law, public employees are forced to subsidize a union, even if they choose not to join and strongly object to the positions the union takes in collective bargaining and related activities. Now, you may say, well, this bill isn't forcing anybody. But based on some of the tactics we have seen, and yes, including in this own state, people will be strong-armed into joining the union. We shouldn't put anybody through that pressure. That is why this amendment is so important, that it should be an opt-in. It should just be up at the very beginning to say, it's an opt-in, not automatically added in and then a strong arm to stay in the union. If we care about employees and their First Amendment rights, we will guarantee that by saying yes to this amendment.
Any further discussion on L014? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I think the prior discussion we had on the amendment is very timely. One of the concerns that I had with this bill is there are certain individual members potentially that are going to be joining the union are not necessarily going to agree with perhaps the political or campaign decisions that the union may make. And I think that's something that we need to address right here, right now. And so in that spirit, I move L030 and ask that it be displayed.
L030 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment would do is it would prohibit union dues collected from covered employees to be used in political or campaign activities or efforts. I think this is extremely important because we're talking about taxpayer dollars. We're talking about potentially state dollars being put into the field in our elections, and that's pretty problematic. It's one thing for private unions working in private corporations for them to engage in these political activities, but it's an entirely other thing when we talk about taxpayer dollars going into our elections. And I think this is a good way to ensure that that we have a balanced process as we engage in the dialogue, especially in elections, without having an outsized voice from special interests or union bosses. So I'd ask for a yes vote, and I would certainly welcome any of my colleagues to come up and respond and debate because this is an important issue. Thank you.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I have never been a member of a union, I did happen to have National Farmers Union insurance at one time, and you had to contribute dues to help pay for their political campaigns and ideas, and I refused that. They let me do that. But we need the ability to stop those funds from being used for political activity, because we all know, it's no secret, we all know those dues go to help elect more people that will align with the unions, and we're seeing that demonstrated today.
Any further discussion on L030? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. There are many ways, or rather there are many unfair ways unions use resources from taxpayers. This is not new. It's not a new idea. And I am looking at a an article here, albeit dated 2018, 2 years, not quite 2 years. It speaks to this. I will cite the reference, Americans for Prosperity. But this talks to one thing that I think bears mentioning. That many times it may be shocking to know that union workers and taxpayers' resources are used to advance union interests and also to advance political interests. This oftentimes will include funding from political speeches with money people have been forced to pay through union dues, even if they don't support the union's political ideology. Oftentimes, this calls into question workers' and taxpayers' rights, both in the public and private sector. Of course, we're all familiar with the phrase, time is money. Now, to speak a little bit about money, another problem we're going to have in the state is the conduct of union business while state employees are at work, oftentimes referred to as official time. Does this mean when unions, I'm talking to the amendment, I believe. Let me just check though. Political or campaign activities covered by employees not using union dues. I think I'm talking to the amendment, but if I'm wrong, please, Mr. Chairman, gavel me.
I will. Let's just keep it to the merits of the amendment. I think you've been doing okay. I think you're getting close, but you're doing okay.
Okay. So as we use these dues, as the dues rather are used when state employees are doing union business, this amendment would help to prevent that. Union business is supposed to be doing on union time, not on state time. So, as we talk about how money is going to be allocated for the hundreds of thousands of state employees and how the money is going to be used, I would say that in this particular amendment, it discourages those dues from being used for political or campaign activities. Now, as one of the newest legislators in this House, I have been told by the majority leader, I have been told by the Speaker of the House, and as I listen and learn in this job, I've been told that you cannot do any campaign activities in the halls of this House. Likewise, I would say, in the unionization of state employees, we should have the same high standard that we have in this House. Allow me to look carefully to make sure that I am speaking to the amendment. If you'll indulge me. Union dues collected from covered employees for political or campaign activities. So I urge a yes vote on this, so we have the same high standards that we esteem to hold in this House. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on L030? Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind you all that membership is voluntary. If they don't want their dues going to anything that the dues go to, it's voluntary. They don't have to come and join. These are personal dollars. You join with your personal dollars. You decide if you want to join with the money you earn and if you want to be a part of this. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L030? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L030. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I rise to speak about a close friend of mine. So 2 years ago, this is a constituent friend who is a beloved psychotherapist a wonderful counselor, and he was traveling back and forth between HD 12 and Pueblo to be a psychiatrist at the prison there in Pueblo. He enjoyed being a state employee. He enjoyed what he was doing in the mental health hospital. He enjoyed working with his patients. And then it became too much. They didn't have enough help there. They kept asking him to come day after day after day. It was affecting his health. And after 2 years of driving back and forth between Longmont and Pueblo to try to help patients, the required overtime was too much for him, and he quit. We have lost wonderful healthcare professionals because we are not supporting our state employees. My wife, who is a nurse, worked at the women's prison for 6 months. They begged her to come on and become a state employee at the women's prison. She could not because the work demand was too much. Spending $48 million in overtime is egregious. We must support this bill. We're going to continue to lose healthcare professionals like the ones I've told you about. Please support this bill.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, as you know, the last amendment said, shall not make political contributions with these union dues. What this amendment, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
We are to the bill, everybody.
I move L038 and ask for it to be displayed.
L038 has been moved. We'll get it up and displayed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what this amendment, L038, says is if you are going to make political contributions, then you just need to obtain written approval from a majority of the covered employees. So there has to be a vote annually. Actually, the word annually. Yeah, there has to be a vote held annually to make sure before union dues are given to political candidates, just hold the vote, get a majority of your members to say yes to that, and then union dues at that point could be given to political campaigns and candidates. I urge a yes vote on this. Hope it's a nice middle ground between saying shall not give union dues to political candidates and shall. This is just get written permission first and hold a vote.
Any further discussion on this amendment, Mr. Minority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a yes vote on this as well. Again, this goes back to actually getting the employees' consent. You know, prior to my previous story, like I told you, of course, I was in a forced union. It was a closed shop union with UFCW, but I didn't find out till much later that UFCW was very heavily involved in political activities that I completely disagreed with and probably considered nefarious. This just says get their consent prior to getting involved in political activities. I don't see how this could be a bad thing for the organization, for the employees. Just get a majority consent. That's all we're asking. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Once again, it's unnecessary because with WINS, you voluntarily join the union. So if you don't like where the dues are going, you don't like what the union is doing, you don't feel that it fits your persona, you can decide not to join. This is different than UFCW, granted, and I love UFCW. This is different. This allows the employee to have the choice. This amendment is unnecessary and somewhat redundant. Ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on this amendment, Mr. Minority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, members, the actually being able to join might be voluntary. It's actually kind of got to say later on that you don't want your dues taken. But again, the employee or the member may not actually know what direction the union is taking them in. They might not know what political activities they're involved in. Those can be decided within the union organization through smoke-filled rooms. This says let's put some transparency on it, actually give them the ability to vote on what they are going to make political contributions for.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, you can leave whenever you want. So I would suggest if you get in, you don't like it, don't put the tattoo on and leave when you're ready to leave. I ask for a no vote.
Representative McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has nothing, I don't think, to do with tattoos, but so my question is, and again, understanding this process a little bit, understanding what the objection process looks like in a lot of unions, where you can actually object to your dues. You can object to a portion of your dues and receive approval to contribute that portion of your dues to a charity that is agreed upon between you and your union. So one, my question is that language in this bill? Because that actually will affect my support of this amendment or not. And so one, is that in the bill that you have the ability to object to the use of your dues and then move them somewhere else? And then second, I don't believe it is just as easy as if you want in, you want in, you want out, you want out, because we're not talking about, if we are talking about this broad spectrum of what this entire bill means, you might want one benefit and not appreciate where your dues go. So as far as political activities. So I guess that's the first question to the bill sponsor is that mechanism here, and what does it look like, so that we can make a decision whether or not this amendment is needed.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We didn't spell that out necessarily in the actual bill itself. This is what democracy looks like. People join a group. They elect their leaders to make decisions on their behalf. When you don't like the way those leaders are operating, you either force them out with another election or you step away. So all of that is the inner workings of how the union works. We didn't want to spell that out and put it all in statute because that's part of the democracy. We want the union members to be able to come together and decide what they want their union to do for them.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So the challenge is that when you get to a union that's not in the public sector, you actually have, you do have, I don't know if we're going to call it direct democracy or a representative system, because you are electing representatives. But when we get to the public sector and we start to deem these jobs as not only important, we take away certain rights you might have in the private sector. I actually think you do have to spell it out in the bill. Was there a reason that we don't want to build more than just out of simplicity? Or was it that this is part and parcel to what you get when you get a large block of employees, is you say, okay, now we have a larger amount that does go to help whatever political activities foster the interest of that union? Because that's what I think is so important to call out right here and now, is to say employees have the ability to say, no, I have an objection to that. And they need to know, and we need to know as the people's representatives, that that is not only contemplated in some future contract negotiation, but it's contemplated in the creation of the system.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In that spirit, I move L041 as a substitute for L38 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is moved and displayed to the amendment. Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the spirit of what was just discussed about democracy, okay, democracy is made up of individuals. So if we truly want to honor democracy, we truly want to honor that Janus decision, what we should do, especially for those employees who want to be a part of a union, they want to be part of a union and have certain protections. But they don't like certain positions that the union has taken, just like Mark Janus. So I'm asking that a certified employee organization shall credit a covered employee any portion of membership dues that would have been used for political or campaign purposes if the covered employee opts out not to have any such membership dues used for such purposes. This is an elegant amendment getting to what both parties want. If somebody wants to be part of a union, but they happen to be a Republican or another party, Green Party, but they disagree with the direction that the union is going for political or campaign purposes, then this amendment solves that. It solves the issue we've been talking about for the last half hour. Give them that choice at the individual level. That's democracy. I urge for a yes vote.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And where do the carve-outs stop? I mean, what, if you don't like that the union goes and negotiates things on safety standards and you just want them to negotiate them on your days off, do you get to then carve that out too? Members, they have a goal, they have an objective, they have an order of business that they follow. And again, this is an opt-in, opt-out union, so if you don't like where they're going, then you can leave, or if you do like where they're going, then you can join. But having these carve-outs is just ridiculous. If I don't want them to negotiate my safety standards, then what? I'm going to have I want that carved out too? Come on, members. Let's be real. They've got options. They've got choices. As the bill is written, this is unnecessary. Ask for no vote.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, you asked where the carve-outs stop. It stops right here with political dues. The road you're offering the citizens of Colorado is join the union, and a lot of people probably do want to join the union, but they don't want to give up their free speech. So you're saying join the union, give up your free speech, do whatever the union wants to do politically. What this does is just say when it comes to the political realm, if you don't want your contributions going to this or that cause or organization or Republicans or Democrats or something, then you have that free, you still have your free speech, you can still be part of the union, you can still pay your dues, and your dues can still go to lots of other things like safety, education, and all the other good things that unions do. But when it comes to the political realm, this gives you an option, it still gives you a voice as an individual human being. I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I not only think that this is not really a carve-out, this is literally giving people the voice of what they think is right. Is it free speech? Yes. Is it also the question of one of sort of the big 100-pound elephants in this room of if you say that we will have union dues going toward political activities by a state by the employees of the state, and then that money gets funneled right back into campaigns of individuals, whether they be in this chamber or elsewhere. It begs the question, how best do you secure the ability for people to say yay or nay? And I would suggest that if you do not give people that ability, then really what you're doing is you're saying, well, we don't really want to. Yeah, you can quit the union, but you know what? You don't get the ability to come and say, this is an activity that I don't approve of, without having to leave an organization you may think gives you some benefit. This is not, I don't think, a difficult path to walk down. Because truly what you're trying to do is say, folks, you need to be comfortable with what this does and what it is. And that comfort among employees and that comfort among the people who are considering this is actually the comfort and the trust that we want from our citizens and the things that we do. And when we do not fulfill that, then we negate that comfort and that trust. And so if what we want to do is march forward and say this is a good thing and we like it and we think that it's going to do good things, not just for our employees, but for our state and for all these other things, then it would be foolhardy not to consider and advocate for an amendment such as this.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting to hear the First Amendment is now considered a carve-out. I just want to say happy Valentine's Day to the First Amendment. We're going to support that each and every day and each and every amendment in each and every bill. Thank you so much.
All right. Any further discussion after that? Representative Holtdorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. It gives me great pleasure to bring a message of love on Valentine's Day, to bring those flowers, to support the First Amendment. And what we're doing here is vigorous and rigorous debate. And that's what this body, I believe, is all about. So the people can be heard and all sides can be heard. I'm going to speak to the amendment and preface that with a few comments. The job of the state employees is not going to get any easier with unionization. It's not.
Representative Holtdorf, let's keep it to the amendment, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your guidance. What would be wonderful to see is in the process of signing up for unionization, is you would have the choices. And this amendment would allow you to opt out and say, I don't want any political affiliation involvement, and I don't want my hard-earned money to get into politics. I think that's a choice that should be offered. I think the more choices we're given as citizens of this state and of this country, the better. And we have many choices. So please, fellow colleagues, let's vote for choice. Let's allow them to decide as they go through this voluntary process. I'm not going to call it a carve out. I'm going to change the word for my esteemed colleague and say, let's call it an earmark. If my money doesn't go to politics, let it all go to the union endeavors that support public safety and other things. But I don't want my money to get involved in politics. So I would allow for the consideration of this amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also want to bring up the situation where somebody may be even the same party, but the union opposes something the governor has issued an executive order on or the governor's statements. It's really the same situation. It's about the First Amendment at the ground level, and building that in builds in integrity. So again, I ask for a yes on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L041? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Amendment L041 is lost. Back to the underlying amendment L038. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I wanted to just kind of touch off on some comments that the bill sponsor had brought up about if there is a, and I also want to say, I think, forgive me, I'm working off 3 hours of sleep, so it might have been Representative Melton, so I apologize if I got it mixed up. But there was I think a discussion about if you're not happy with how your union dues are being used, it's voluntary. Or you might even be able to change the makeup of the leadership, I think was also stated in there. And I just want to say that, generally speaking, I would agree with you. I would agree that, yes, if there is some sort of trouble, you can obviously disassociate with that union, or you can try to make change with the leadership in that union. But I do want to say that, you know, from at least this side of the aisle, when we're talking about issues of changing leadership in organizations like this, whether it be the union or an HOA or something like that, there is this notion of retaliation that comes into play. Let's say that you're not happy with the leadership of the union and how they're directing money in political efforts or anything like that, and you try to make change. Well, what happens if you fail? What happens if you fail to get out union bosses that you disagree with? And I think that's something that we need to consider with respect to this amendment here, is that there is that very real possibility of retaliation should you try to make change and you're unsuccessful. And I think this type of amendment allows people the ability to avoid that situation entirely, because at the end of the day, the whole goal, at least as was described with respect to the underlying bill, was to avoid retaliation so that people can work towards better working conditions and better benefits. I'll tell you right now that in any organization, if there's always this possibility, and I think this helps state employees to be able to direct, you know, the money in a way that they want to with respect to political activities without having to be in the crosshairs of a union boss and being retaliated against. So I would ask for a yes vote on this because it avoids that very situation.
Representative Escar. Any further discussion on Amendment L038? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L038. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L038 is lost. To the bill, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I am a proud daughter and a granddaughter of migrant farm workers who over 50 years ago fought for fair wages, better working conditions, and the right to unionize. And here we are having the same conversation and the same fear-mongering. No matter who we are, we rely on public employees to protect us. They empower us. Oftentimes, they do both. People who work for the state of Colorado do critical work to keep us safe. They clear our roads. They provide nursing care for veterans and the disabled. They maintain our parks and natural resources. They keep our air and water clean. They respond to emergencies, and they do so much more. State employees don't go into this work to get rich, but rather to help our communities be the best they can be. For many of us, our work requires us to be flexible and responsive, sacrificing time with our own families to serve the people and the communities we care about. I want to thank the sponsor of this bill for all the hard work she's done, and I want to ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L042 and ask that it be displayed.
L042 has been moved and displayed, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we heard earlier that this is personal money, so this actually just really clarifies that. So rather than, I think it's taxpayer money until we do pay the employee for their services, and then I do agree after that point, it is their personal money. So the state should not be collecting these dues on behalf of anyone. It should actually be personal money. What this amendment does is makes that crystal clear so that the employee is responsible for paying these union dues, not the state collecting it on behalf of the employee. This would be easy to do. They could set up an automatic withdrawal through their own account with the union, but it would separate and divest the state from that transaction. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. In this situation right now, the way it's set up is the state is merely the fiscal agent, so I ask for a no vote. They just process the payment.
Any further discussion on L042? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L042. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. L042 is lost. Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I am a member of State Veterans and Military Affairs. You all probably realize that. And I just wanted to make some comments about the hearing for this bill. In the hearing, I heard some rather disparaging remarks were made about our state employees. And they made me kind of sad. And these remarks were basically that if state employees don't like their jobs, if they're so unhappy with where they work, the job market is really robust, and they should just go find another job. These are the employees that we depend upon to take care of some pretty vulnerable folks in our state mental health hospitals. These are the folks that we rely on to keep us safe and make sure that our prison populations are properly and safely managed. These are the folks that make sure that when we have snow, and I'm sure you've noticed the past couple weeks that we've had a lot of snow, I depend upon those folks to make sure the roads are safe enough for me to get home every night when I've been here really late, which has happened a lot lately. And so, for those things to happen, it costs money. And our state employees deserve to work in a safe workplace. They deserve to have the ability to make their concerns heard. They deserve to be paid in a way that makes sure that they get a living wage. And they deserve to be able to work together to make sure that they're able to have those concerns heard. And that's what this bill is about. I think that we all should thank our state employees for the hard work that they do to keep us safe and to take care of us and stop marginalizing them. Stop telling them that they don't matter. Stop telling them that if they don't like it, they can just leave. That was such hurtful comments that I heard. I couldn't believe it when I was in committee. And I just want to make sure that the rest of you know what was heard. We aren't all able to go to everybody's committee and know what happens, but you need to know that that was what was said. It was very, very upsetting. Trivializing our state employees, very disappointed to hear. This is a good bill. It's been thoughtfully negotiated with all the stakeholders at the table, and we should support it and vote for it and in its entirety as it is now, without any of these amendments that we're hearing. That would just gut what is a good bill. So thank you for your time today.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to agree with virtually everything that my colleague just said, how much we appreciate what the employees of this state do, what they accomplish, what they do for us day in, day out, 24 hours a day even. That's not the issue that's at hand with this bill. The employees have nothing but a positive reputation that they have earned over many years of providing tremendous service to the citizens, to the residents of the state of Colorado. That's not what's at hand. There is a reputation that has also been built up by the union, and that is what is at hand. This bill is not about the employees so much as it is about the unionization, about a whole nother organization being injected into this process, the relationship between the citizens, the government, and those employees. Why do they have a reputation? I'll give you my personal story. So when I was either 18 or 19 years old, college student, bagging groceries and stocking shelves at a grocery store to help pay for college, to cover my own expenses, and I belonged by mandate, required to belong to the union for that retail clerks. Well, the Teamsters decided that they would go on strike. The Teamsters were striking and not delivering the groceries to the grocery store. They wanted us to sympathy strike with them. So they were picketing in front of the grocery store. Well, my job was to go out in the parking lot as an 18-year-old and bring in grocery carts, push in the carts. Every time I pushed in the carts, my life would be threatened, literally. The Teamster strikers would be telling me that they're going to kill me for not sympathy striking with them. Everyone began parking their cars blocks away from the store where we worked because they started cutting the wires underneath the hoods of people's cars who were working there. I avoided it for a couple of weeks until I came out to leave one night and my car was sitting flat on the ground with all 4 tires slashed. That's the impression that I have going in. Now, is that a bad actor? You better believe that's a bad actor, but that's not the employees. That's the union kind of activity that we're used to hearing about and that I've personally seen and been a victim of. 18-year-old, working at a grocery store, tough to afford buying 4 new tires, but that's what I had to do. So this is not about the employees. We appreciate and adore our employees, and we believe they should be treated respectfully and paid well. This is about a political organization that is inserting itself for the sake of control and for the sake of funding campaign activity. Let's face the reality, that is what this is. And so that's what our objection is. It is not anything against the employees. We do have a deep respect and appreciation for Colorado State public employees. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Serving in this body, I appreciate the employees that are in this building. I like all the state employees. I give them praise. I thank them. They've helped me with my job. It has been brought up several times today about how we have a shortage. Explain to me how this bill, adding a union to the state employees, will fix this problem. I can't see it. Explain to me, please.
Representative Escar.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Pelton, thanks for the question. Members who don't, or workers who don't feel valued, leave. 1 in 5 positions are vacant. Giving them an opportunity to come together, feel like they can advocate for themselves, advocate for their fellow workers, and find out ways and come up with new ideas to make things better for their workplace is going to cut down on our vacancy rate and make it more attractive to come back and be a state worker.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I beg to differ with that explanation. The way it is right now, they can talk, they can get things worked out, they can stay. Adding the union just adds a strong arm, and I don't appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I haven't been up here to share my lived experience, but hey, hello there, SAG-AFTRA, right here. I got to tell you, I'd like to share with you what the impact of being in a union has had on my life. We are talking about employees, and unions are about employees. 20 years I spent as a union member. And I got to tell you something, it was my opportunity when there were problems to have voice. It wasn't just about the incredible family. And if there was some sort of strong arming going on, what it was giving me a strong hand up to help me to speak to my employer, to advocate on behalf of myself with my colleagues. Remember, unions are made of members, employee members. Gives rise to voice for all. I strongly ask for your support. I know what it means to have somebody standing by your side and advocating for you.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I probably have the distinct honor of anyone in this, probably the building or the room, definitely the room right now. I was a state employee for 43 years. I have 43 years under PERA in the state of Colorado. And I have to say, I oppose this unionization of state employees 100%. I could get in the weeds and give you a play-by-play for 43 years of how I've dealt with this, and from back to the CAPE organizations, and whether you could, opt in or opt out or whatever. I'm just here to say that as a state employee, I know Representative Melton talked about a family. I can tell you, in the agency I work for, there could not have been more of a family atmosphere with the people that work for CPW. And I too, let me thank every state employee in this state, because I tell you, every one of them that I've known across my entire career, that the taxpayers of Colorado get their money's worth out of all the state employees I've ever had any contact with. And I don't care if that's from CDOT and plowing roads, or Division of Wildlife, or game wardens, or anywhere else in the state agencies. And I'll mirror the comments I think Representative Pelton said about the state employees in this building. They're top shelf, no question. And so the shout out to state employees is, we're getting our money's worth. Thank you for what you do. This bill won't help you. It'll hinder you in the long run. So keep doing what you're doing. There's plenty of benefits as a state employee. I can tell you, and I think I've even said it before up here, that in some ways as a state employee, I felt I had too many benefits. And I can tell you, with some time off and the medical insurance, the dental insurance, the annual leave. The other thing that's not being said, and then we have trouble with funding our retirement funds like PERA. If this bill passes, there'll be continued really problems with the funding of the retirements. And that scares me a bunch. And I think in the economic and the financial problem it'll cause the state is going to be huge. I was looking through some of the bill and some of the fiscal note on it, and it's pretty incredible. I kind of went through it by agency. I can tell you just in my old agency, what I looked at, there was a $2 million increase if this bill passes. I can tell you with $2 million, if I was king of that agency, I would love to spend that $2 million getting equipment and whatever the employees needed to do a better job at the job they do. And most of them would jump at that. So I stand in strong opposition to this bill, and I'm speaking as a former state employee in 43 years. I'll also say that it does nothing in the grievance process. There's a great, robust grievance process in the state of Colorado for state employees, mediation, everything. Everything's in place. I think we treat our state employees good, and I stand in strong opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank all our state workers here in the great state of Colorado for all that they do, because they are the backbone of this state. They preserve and protect our parks. They work on our roads. Thank you, CDOT. Thank you, State Patrol. But also thank you to all who work, whether it's Highway 160, Highway 285, Highway 15, all our roads in southern Colorado, but especially for those who care for our veterans, those who keep our air and water protected. If it wasn't for you, our state wouldn't be running today. Thank you for all that you do, and I thank you to the bill sponsor, ESCAR, for bringing this bill. I appreciate it.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we've been hearing a lot about the state employees and how well they do and what good jobs they do. And you know what? The state employees are actually very competent. The ones I've met many state employees over the 30 plus years I've lived here, and they are completely competent of getting their jobs taken care of doing their jobs not just well, not just adequately, but supremely well, and I think that they shine. And you know what? The state employees don't need to have a union to come in and negotiate on their behalves. The state employees that I know are strong, capable, competent people that are fully capable of coming in, doing their jobs, negotiating their salaries, working well, getting raises, getting promotions. The ones that I know that have been here for many years and that they stay until they retire do wonderful jobs, and everyone that I have met is fully capable of getting what they need from their jobs without having a union come in and do it for them. And with that, I urge a no vote on this bill, and I actually want to support all the state employees that I've been talking to and hearing from over the years I've been here, and say thank you for a job well done.
Representative Benavidez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I stand in support of this bill, but I just want to talk about, comment on one of our colleagues who had been a former state employee. I too had been a former state employee, and actually I worked in Department of Personnel and Administration when the executive order that established these partnership programs came into play in 2007. And DPA is what housed a lot of what went on in the negotiations that set out the executive order that is now being codified. I say that because I became a member on the management side the first year that it came into play. And I would stand up and say that unions do have a place, because it's extremely difficult for an individual employee to stand up for themselves. I also have experience having been in the federal government. I worked for Department of Defense, and I was a member of the American Federation of Government Employees. I was also a union steward of that union. That was in the mid-70s. In the 80s, I worked for Department of Treasury, and I was a union member in the National Treasury Employees Union. I was also a union steward in that union. And they were so important because one of the things that they did that I think this bill will allow this union to do, and we're speaking very little about it, is to work out issues that happen in the workplace, the conditions of employment. This is so important. It's not where individual employees can do this on their own. That's why we need a union. That's why we need a collective group that can stand up for the rights of employees collectively. So I can tell you it does work. And I know one of our other colleagues mentioned that, you know a lot of state employees that may not belong to the union, and that we don't have a closed shop. Everybody doesn't have the right to belong, but they have to decide. And actually, before this took effect in 2007 by executive order, there was an organization called CAPE in Colorado. That was a union organization that you could, by choice, belong to, but they were required also to represent employees, all employees, in grievances and other issues with management. And that wasn't working because it wasn't supported by employees. And this union won't work unless it also isn't supported by employees. The employees have to decide to join. And we're not forcing anybody to do this. I think the groups have gone to other state employees and found that there is interest and excitement about this bill and about moving forward. And it is necessary and it is important. And I've seen it, like I said, at Department of Defense, National Treasury Employees Union, and also American Federation of Government Employees, and with state employees before this took effect. So members, I'd urge a yes vote on the bill.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the members on the other side of the aisle that are reinforcing in my mind that this is voluntary. I think it's very important that state employees can opt in or opt out, but they need to do it without prejudice. Without prejudice. I hope that that does not happen if this bill moves forward. But I want to speak a little bit to the bill and my district, House District 64, rural, southern, and eastern Colorado. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that a state job is a very good job in my backyard. They are appreciated. They pay well in the economic environment that we live in my district. They're not overworked. They're not underpaid. They're not underrepresented. In fact, they continue to get pay raises, I believe, at the benefit of this body, and are not significantly out of competition with salary structures and pay. But I will tell you, unionization will solve none of the problems when we talk to, and the bill sponsor talks to, the fact that we don't have enough state employees. And I will tell you why. Because it's economics. If you're a study of economics, you know that as job opportunities increase, there is a migration because people have individual choice. There is a migration from certain sectors of employment to other sectors of employment. And if the private sector is growing and expanding, as it is today, under the economic policies that we have in many sectors, not all sectors, but many sectors, people make choice to leave public sector service and move to private sector opportunities. Thank God for choice. I will tell you, many, many years ago, I was in college at Colorado State University, and I was taking master's level classes as a senior in the undergraduate program of mechanical engineering at the advice of my advisor. In my ME 551 class, had 2 Americans, 3 Middle Eastern students, and 10 Chinese students. And it was the hardest class I've ever taken in my life. But one of the things that my Middle Eastern friends told me, they said, when I go back to my country, I have no opportunity. There's one employer, and that's the government. I already know where I'm going to work. I know how long I'm going to work there. I already know my wages, and I have no opportunity. And as we sat there as students that semester, I was saddened. I was saddened in knowing that in many countries in the world, there is no private sector proliferation of jobs and employment as we have in this great country. There is no inspiration. There is no ingenuity. There is no development. There is no opportunity. So what I'm telling you, as you consider this bill and think that unionization is going to solve the problems of this state and solve the problems of our employment, I will tell you, under the current environment that we have, it will probably not. You will still have vacancies. You will still have the requirement for overtime pay. Oh, by the way, I have a friend that works for CDOT. He loves overtime pay. I believe he gets more money. Or he gets comp time. So most of the employees that I know, if they have a factor 1 plus whatever factor, it might cost the state more money, but from an employee standpoint, from an individual worker standpoint, this isn't a bad thing necessarily. Many of them welcome it because when Christmas comes around, that overtime pay buys a few more gifts for their children, maybe buys some things for their wife or their husband, and just helps financially and economically. But getting back to my earlier point, you're not solving the problem of the state's shortage of employees. Unionization will not solve that. And it would be misspeak to say that it does. But I would argue that there should be a free transition, and we should encourage, number one, we should encourage a free transition from private sector to public sector, back and forth, because that is a good dynamic for our state. I yield back to the chairman.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Holtorf, I'm happy that your friend enjoys his overtime pay. The problem is when we have state employees who are forced to do mandatory overtime, that's not okay. They come in, they work a 12-hour shift. Hour 11, they come in and say, the person who's supposed to take over for you called off. We have no choice. If you leave, it's your license. That happens to nurses. They're forced to work another overtime shift because they cannot abandon their post because we have too many vacancy rates. Turnover among Colorado's workforce has nearly doubled over the last 10 years. It's jumped from 8.5% to 15.5%. Colorado provides wages and benefits 11.5% below similar workers in a peer group of public and private employees, according to the state's latest composition report, if you want to read it. State employee retirement benefits are 20.5% below their peers, largely due to legislation that we all passed. Colorado employee medical benefits are worth 17% less than those offered by peer employers. Replacing workers lost or turnover, as we've said, has cost the state $48 million in overtime pay. Collective bargaining is the process by which an employer and a union navigate the terms of a partnership agreement. That's what collective bargaining is. That's why this bill's come forward. This is why we are working so hard to get this passed.
Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, really quick, I'd just like to point out that we have former Representative and Senator Keith King on the floor. Keith, happy to have you here with us. Members, it was just suggested that somehow this side is fear-mongering, that we're attempting to amend and bring up concerns that don't exist, and that the fear-mongering is our goal. I find that to be a little disparaging. You know, members of my district have concerns about where does the money for union dues go. And to come up here and to say that somehow we're fear-mongering, that we're just drumming stuff up, I take issue with. And I just wanted to point that out. So in the spirit of that, though, as we talk about financing and the concerns that we have, and taking some focus off of what is supposed fear-mongering, I would like to move L032 and ask it to be properly displayed.
Okay, L032 has been moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this simply does is it says that if there are union dues collected, that those union dues can't go to dark money. I think we all share the same concern about dark money and the funding where that goes. This amendment puts a check on that, and I think this is something that we can all get behind. I would encourage a yes vote on L32, and let's make sure that state employees that may join a union, those union dues don't go to dark money. And so L32 is a good stop. I think this is something we can all agree on.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a great idea. I can't, count how many times that we've had members, come down to this well on various issues talking about the problem of dark money. Dark money, does have the ability to influence our elections in a way that could be negative because we simply don't know the source. We don't know what's going on, and we need to be able to bring light to this situation, right? This is the argument that we've heard many times, that there needs to be transparency, there needs to be disclosure, there needs to be a way for the public to know and have confidence in their elections. And so this amendment right here would simply ensure that dark money, or that union dues isn't involved in any dark money operations. And I think that's appropriate, and I think it's actually very consistent with what the majority and the minority have gone along with. Again, we don't want corrupting influences in our political and electoral processes. So I would ask for a yes vote on this, for transparency, for the light of day, and ensure that there are no outside nefarious dark money problems as they relate to union dues. So please vote yes.
Any further discussion on L032? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L032. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L032 is lost. Representative Satone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to show my support for House Bill 1153. My dad was a union leader in New York, and he was in the state union. And I saw a lot of benefit from being in the household of a state union. We had great health insurance. He had a great retirement. He was able to retire early and spend more time with us as we got through college and moving on into the world. So there's a lot of benefits to help the people that are working for the state, that are great people, and they deserve to be able to get into the union if they so choose and reap the benefits of that if they so choose. So I just wanted to show my support for the unionization and House Bill 1153.
Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we must stop these meetings in smoke-filled rooms with big party bosses. With that said, I move L.016. And can I have it read at length, too? I don't think anybody's listening. Yeah, it's just easier. People aren't listening. Can't run?
No, L016 has been moved and properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Sandridge.
I don't want to read it. Just read it. Oh, you can read it. Just read it up there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everybody can read up there. So, what this amendment mostly does is, you know why I will read it. What it mostly says is the certified employee organization shall not endorse any candidate for any political office and shall not make recommendations regarding how covered employees should vote in any local, state, or national elections. So what we want to do is we want to take out this influence of political organizations, political money, no trying to sway voters any certain way. And we all know that there's money, there's influence associated with this. We just want to take it out and make it clean. Let's take the politics out, the dark money, make all this influence disappear, have it fairly conducted. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on L016? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L016 is lost. Representative Kipp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we have a lot of stereotypes going on here today. We have a lot of smoke-filled rooms. I think, didn't we pass a law about that last year? Something Indoor Clean Air Act, but I really don't think that's what's going on. We have a work shortage in our workforce of state employees. We have 1 in 5 positions vacant. We cannot hire people. We do not pay enough. We had people come to state affairs and talk to us, and they said, you know what? I really like to serve my state. I really like to do the work of the people. I really want to be able to do this work. But not only am I not paid enough, but my work conditions are terrible. Some people are working potentially 2 and 3 days at a time without even being able to go home in between, right? If you have a 12-hour shift, then you have a mandatory overtime for another 12-hour shift. Then you might get a nap on a cot somewhere in a back room because you don't have time to travel home. And then you're out doing another shift. So really, it's fine. The overtime pay is great, except that your health is suffering, your family is suffering, and that is why you end up quitting your job, and that's why we end up having a shortage of state employees, because we fail to treat them adequately, we fail to treat them with respect. The way that we attract employees is to make sure that they have a voice when it comes to their own working pay and conditions, and that's what this bill is trying to do. I ask that you support it.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, we keep hearing that our employers of the state of Colorado are in dire need. If that is true, then fix it. Do your jobs. You hold 4 seats out of the 6 on the Joint Budget Committee. You hold the Democrat Party of Colorado right now is the governor's office, the state house, the state senate, all levels of government. Fix the problem. Our state government budget has doubled since the day John Hickenlooper took office. Fix the problem. If our employees are suffering, then we will help you. We'll come alongside. We'll give those employees raises. We'll fill those vacancies. I think there is a raise built in this year. Let's build a bigger raise in this year. Our budget continues to go up from the bottom left to the top right. It's been going like this. It's doubled since the day John Hickenlooper took office. Let's take care of our employees. This isn't the solution. I urge a no vote on the bill and a yes for taking care of government employees the right way through the budget.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader. I look forward to your yes vote on the raise that we have built into the budget this year. However, the reason we're running this bill is because the issues that are facing state employees is about more than just pay. There's so much more to the reason we are losing state employees besides just pay. It has to do with a culture shift. It has to do with making sure that these employees feel valued, making sure these employees feel heard. That's why we're running this bill, because we're doing what we can on the state level through the JBC, but we have to do more for state employees, and this bill gives them the voice that they deserve.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, have you looked at the fiscal note on this bill? If you start looking at this, I was glad that Representative Will brought this up, and how it's going to grow all the various departments just to create a union. I am offering up and move Amendment L036. This would be an insert. It should be, we should study the fiscal impact. And before any provision of this Part 2 is implemented, Colorado Mesa University, in collaboration with the Colorado Business Roundtable, shall conduct a study of the fiscal impact of implementing this Part 11 and shall report the findings of the study to the General Assembly. This is, I mean, you want to pay the employees more money, but let's look. We're going to add 46.4 FTEs. My gosh, why don't we pay what we've got a decent amount? But let's do a study and make sure that this is even feasible. So I ask for an aye vote of Amendment L036.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. I myself trust our fiscal analyst who's already done this. Thanks.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know intentions can be good, but when's the last time we heard that? Oh, it's just going to be $1. It's just going to be this. It almost never is. It's always more. Always more. So a study, I think, is in order, especially since we have some time. This is another transparency amendment. I ask for your yes vote.
Representative Rich.
You know, I'm only in my second year, but I've already seen mistakes made, and I don't know that they have been intentional. But even a bill that I ran last year, they were off by $160 million. So I think a study is worthwhile.
Any further discussion on L036? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L036. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L036 is lost. To the bill, Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm up here to talk about a multi-generational story of success around being involved and participating in unions. My grandfather was a first-generation American. Well, he was born in Ireland, and he came here and worked his way into a leadership position in the union, which led to our family's success. He provided all the things that we talk about with unions, which is good pay, safe working conditions, and also good health care at that time. I'm married to a former union president, and I stayed in the field of education since 1973, an underpaid position because of all the benefits that the union provided me. It provided me with a means to address grievances, such as when I first had a teaching position and I did not have time to have lunch, I used the union mediators to work with me to have lunch. And later in my career, when I was asked to do searches for bombs in the school in which I was working, and I worked with the mediators to get a resolution for that. The union provides a way for the group that they're working with to sit down with employees and move forward, which is what I saw in my education career. The dialogue that came between the union and the district really did improve overall the working conditions and the dialogue between the workers and the administrators. I've heard and seen how our wonderful state employees are still facing these challenges in the state. My sister-in-law lives in a residence that she has provided excellent care by state workers, and the issues around overtime and forced overtime have been present in that environment where employees are being asked to leave their children at home unsupervised and risk having retribution on themselves. So I see this as a way to be able to sit down and find ways to solve these problems that work for both the employee and the state employment. I encourage a yes vote.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Roberts, we've got flexible microphones up here. I'm a little slow today. I didn't realize that. So let's just go ahead and move L025 and have that properly displayed, please.
L025 is moved and displayed. Go ahead, Representative Humphrey.
Thank you. So what we've got here is an employee organization that is certified as the certified employee organization pursuant to this section shall not retain such certification for longer than 10 years without the division holding a new representation election to allow covered employees to elect to retain or decertify the certified employee organization. So this is basically a sort of a sunset. So after 10 years, we do this around here. People get a chance to take a look at what's happening. And the organization can adjust to address concerns of the covered employees. And I think that that's good policy that we should plug that in there. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on L025? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L025. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L025 is lost. To the bill. Any further discussion on House Bill? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move L024 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L024 has been moved and displayed. Go ahead, Representative Sane.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In interest of another amendment that failed regarding transparency, I'd ask within 30 days after the state and certified employee organization execute a partnership agreement, the certified employee organization shall submit a report to the state personnel director and to the members of the Joint Budget Committee and the Legislative Audit Committee of the General Assembly. This report shall then explain the terms of a new partnership agreement and compare such terms to the terms of employment for covered employees prior to the execution of the partnership agreement. I ask for your yes vote.
Any further discussion on L024? Seeing Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Once again, we speak to transparency. We speak to openness. We speak to allowing the general public to see what goes on in the wheelhouse. This amendment speaks to that. I understand that we've rejected amendment after amendment after amendment after amendment. And ladies and gentlemen, people are not listening. They're not trying to work together, which is discerning. Now let's talk to this amendment. Notice how the report is going to the very people that have to provide the money. JBC. I would argue that offers this level of transparency. I would also say how important for the audit committee to get this information, because we in this body have the responsibility to manage the money of the state. I believe that terms of employment are important at any and every level. That is also mentioned here. 30 days is a sufficient amount of time, I believe. And I feel that this amendment would be a valuable addition to the goals and aims that we are trying to achieve. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion on L024? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, I would like to speak in support of this amendment because I think that we need to be getting some reports. Obviously, we hear this all the time while we're here, that when business is being done, it shouldn't be done behind a curtain. It shouldn't be done in the dark. It should be done out where we know what's happening, and then we get the results. I can tell you across the street, we are constantly asking for data. We want to make data-driven decisions. We want to know the data. We want to hear the data. We want to hear reports from people that are doing the actual work so that we can make better decisions going forward if they need to be made, or keep doing what we're doing if it's working properly. That being said, members, I really encourage a yes vote on this amendment because the numbers are going to be there. We are going to know what the contract says, and to actually just make sure that the report goes to the people that will actually be then furthering the work, i.e. making decisions with money overall with the state, and then also keep working on what's going on. Like I said, the audit committee, the personnel department that does the overall wage categories, and they have the classifications of where wages are. I think it's crucial for us to be getting these reports on an ongoing basis. So with that, members, I encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Eskar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make sure everybody's perfectly clear. These partnership agreements are public. We don't need this amendment. I ask for a vote.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of Amendment L024. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L024 is lost. To the bill, Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer up Amendment L043 and have it displayed.
L043 has been moved and is displayed. Representative Pelton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment it's the taxpayer dollars, taxpayers' employees. Let's let the taxpayers decide on this instead of just ramming it through as a bill through this body. Let's let the people vote on them. So this bill is a referendum to put it to a vote, and I appreciate an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in interest, the word democracy was used earlier. What better Valentine for democracy today than when we give the people of Colorado a vote? Since it's the taxpayers funding the state, it'll be the taxpayers funding the unions. Let me repeat that again. Since it's the taxpayers funding state operations and state activities, therefore taxpayers will be funding the unions. Therefore, shouldn't taxpayers decide? I'm willing to bet this amendment is going to be voted down as well, because the majority of Colorado isn't for this. This vote should go to the people. I strongly support this amendment.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I think this is a great idea. If majority of the electors voting on the ballot title vote yes for, then the act will become part of Colorado revised statutes. I think that's totally appropriate. This is something that's going to affect our Colorado taxpayers, and we really need to be making sure that we're doing this, and this is something that they want done. So please vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Melton. Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess I'm a little confused because I just heard that because these are taxpayer dollars, they're paying for we're using taxpayer dollars to pay for a union. Last time I checked, these were member dues. And last time I checked, the state has no right to the pay, to the earnings, to the income of our state employees. I mean, last time I checked, my check is my check. Your check is your check. Your check is your check. right? If I'm missing something, please let me know. So what in the world do voters have, what right do voters have in telling an employee what they should do with their personal income? I don't care if they work for the state, I don't care if they work for a city, I don't care if they work in the private industry. No one has the right to tell you what you do with your income. So why in the world will we say that this needs to be taken to the voters? This makes no sense, members. I ask for a no vote, and let's make sure that we protect your right to your income.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to that, the voters did have a say in you getting a check. You getting a check, you getting a check, me getting a check. So I think it's very appropriate that they have the chance to vote whether the state employees get a union, because it's taxpayer dollars that pay their wage. So with that, I urge that I vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of this amendment. I believe that the people ought to be able to weigh in on whether or not we have collective bargaining. After all, this is such a large, land-sweeping scale of policy that changes everything in Colorado, that the people should have the ability to weigh in on if this is going to be the law of Colorado or not. The other element of, it's the individual's money versus taxpayer dollars involved, that's kind of missing the point. We're actually talking about public employees who work for the state of Colorado, and that this is a process that potentially could take more taxpayer dollars and move them to paying salaries or other types of benefits, and that for sure the public should have the opportunity to weigh in and to decide whether or not we want this process. I mean, the other thing the public needs to also know is whether or not the current pay tables for our civil service here in Colorado, I think it's kind of hard to argue that it is not adequate. I mean, members of my family work for the state government, and they certainly make a lot more than private sector employees doing similar things in rural western Colorado. And if this is a scheme to just try to raise what we're paying our civil service here in Colorado, it seems to me that the public should also be able to weigh in. And by referring it to the public, we also have to respect how the public votes. I mean, as we saw with the Brexit vote, it took a long while, but eventually the British Parliament respected the will of the people. And we certainly would do the same thing. Regardless of how the people voted, we would respect the will of the people. And Colorado has a strong tradition of referring matters to the people through both referendum and initiative. And Coloradans kind of expect to vote on these large-scale issues as well. I kind of wish this had had that provision built in automatically. It certainly would have helped the bill dramatically to have sent it directly to the people. So once again, Mr. Chair, I encourage all the members to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, members, we're talking about public employees and their private income. They are public dollars until the employee is paid, and then that becomes private income. For one side of the aisle, that sure does talk a lot about how they don't want government in your wallet, they don't want government in your taxes, they don't want government in your fees. They sure do want government in your private income. They sure want government telling you what you can do with your private income, with what you do with your paycheck. But they don't want you in your taxes. They don't want government in their fees. But in their income, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, because those are private, or those are public funds. They may have started out as public funds because they're public employees. But once that check is issued, that is private income, members, private income. I ask for no vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed colleagues. I remember last year, under similar circumstances, this esteemed body pushed Proposition CC, Proposition DD, and you allowed the citizens of this great state to to vote. And vote they did. In the former, Proposition CC, the end-around run on Tabor, to try to backdoor Tabor.
Let's go to the amendment, please, Representative Holtdorf.
Thank you. Last year, the voters spoke. They resoundingly voted against one proposition, and they resoundingly voted in favor of another proposition. But what a better way to decide such a controversial issue? What a better way to decide? Are we scared of the state voters? Are we afraid to bring this forth to the state and let the citizens decide? I would argue we shouldn't be, because the citizens are the ones that are going to pay for this. Now, with respect to this amendment, I would say that there's no better place for a controversial piece of legislation like this than on the ballot. Allow the political process to play out, those for and against, and let the citizens vote. Because at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, the citizens are going to have to underwrite and pay for this with their tax dollars to the Colorado Department of Revenue. So let the people vote. Let the people vote. Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this amendment does not dispute, once those wages are paid, that is their money. This amendment does not dispute that at all. I don't dispute that. This amendment just gives the right to bring this to the vote of the people. So I think we could end debate on this bill right now with the passage of this amendment. So with that said, please vote yes.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, you just heard it, that these are your dollars. These are this is your private income. And they want the voters to have a say in how you spend your private income. That makes absolutely no sense. I'm not worried about the voters voting it down. That's not why I'm against the amendment. I'm against the amendment because it's not the voters' business what they do, what you do with your income. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Okay, I've got a list here. Representative Sane. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Representative Melton, are you saying the taxpayers' money is the government's money? Whose money is it?
See, it's private income.
What funds the government? Does the government fund itself? Or is it the taxpayers' money? Some of us in this chamber make a differentiation about that. It's the taxpayers' money that funds government. We formed government, we the people, not only formed the government, but we're the ones paying for the government. Government didn't spring up by itself. Therefore, I think they have a say about how their money is spent.
Representative Rich. And I'm just going to remind everybody, I know we're responding to each other, but please keep it to the amendment. We're on Amendment L043.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, every time one of our colleagues walks up here, he starts talking about the money. But this amendment is just asking to allow the voters to decide whether to even create this partnership for quality jobs. It's not even talking about the money. It's asking about creating this. So what are you afraid of to allow the voters to decide? Please support this amendment.
I had Representative Pelton, but Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I would argue that everything we do here is the voters' business. To insinuate that something isn't, I think is inappropriate. We're not up here in ivory towers. Everything that we do here...
To the amendment, please.
Everything we do here is the voters' business.
Any further discussion? Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just going to echo what Representative Rich brought up. Nothing about this bill is about how much they're going to get paid or what they can do with those dollars. It is to allow for there to be a union set up for the state employees. And so with that, private unions and private businesses are made up of private employees. Public unions are made up of citizens. I think these citizens should have a chance to vote on whether they are represented by a union or not.
Representative Escar. Any further discussion on L043? Representative Soper. Any further discussion on L043? Seeing none, the question for us is the adoption of Amendment L043. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L043 is lost. To the bill. Any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L027 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. L027 is properly displayed. Mr. Minority Leader Neville, would you like to explain the amendment?
Yes, thank you, members. We see that certain portions of the bill say that there's prohibited political activity that these state employees should be involved in, and it says that they may face some repercussions if they do this, up to being terminated. This says they shall be terminated. If they are engaging in this in an improper way, that should be the fitting punishment. I urge a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on L027? Representative Escar.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I ask for a no vote, members.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L027. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we've heard a lot of discussion on the bill, including that somehow we are fear-mongering and that this isn't the voters' business and other such things, and I take pause with that. But there was a section of the bill that did give me concern. It's on page 20, line 8.
Are you offering
Reads-
amendment, Mr. Geithner, or Representative Geithner? Are you offering amendment?
Right now to the bill.
Right now you're to the bill. Okay.
I haven't moved an amendment yet,
Thank
Madam Chair. So anyway, so page 20, line 8, it says to expand public money or resources for a negative campaign against an employee or organization. And it's predicated on the previous page, page 19. It says the state, line 21, page 19, the state and its designees and agents, including the governor's designee, the executive directors of the state agencies, and other state officials charged with administering partnership agreements shall engage in good faith in all aspects of the partnership process. The state and its designees and agents shall not, and then we jump down to page 20, line 8, expend public money or resources for a negative campaign. So I move L022 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative. L022 is properly displayed. Would you like to explain your amendment, Representative?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So what this simply does is it says negative or positive. So if we're only going to address negative campaigning, certainly I think we can all agree we shouldn't necessarily participate in positive campaigning. I think this is a very fair amendment. Why should we allow just or prohibit just negative campaigning? I mean, certainly there shouldn't be positive campaigning either. And so I think L022 does a good job of bringing that piece together, that there shouldn't be negative or positive campaigning. And so I would urge a yes on L022.
Is there further discussion on L022? Representative, nope. No further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of L022. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. That amendment is lost. Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L045 and ask that it be properly displayed.
The amendment is properly displayed. Would you like to explain your amendment, Representative Singh?
Yes, absolutely. And to show our appreciation and love for state employees, we want to extend the coverage under Article 50.5 to any covered employee who opts out not to become a member of a certified employee organization. A decision by a certified employee not to become a member of a certified employee organization shall not impact the covered employee's pay, status, or tenure. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on L045? Yep, I'll wait for you, Representative. Representative Halter.
This amendment is a fairness amendment. Let's be fair to all the state employees. We talked about how state employees need a union because they might suffer retribution or punishment or unable to have their voices heard in the state employment climate that they live in today. Well, I would argue what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and what's good for the gander is good for the goose. So let's reciprocate. Let's show some measure of that by supporting this amendment. If you look at it, it says the same thing, ladies and gentlemen, that one side of the aisle has been arguing for all morning. Oh, wait, it's afternoon already. I'm sorry. Losing track of time. But I will tell you, let's not infringe. If we're worried about, and some of us are, including me, if we're worried about retribution because this voluntary system somehow, through some subversion or coercion or manipulation or other means that are not new to society, that are not new to organizations, that are not new to labor organizations, could be employed in future time. I'm not saying they will be, but I say there's potential they could be. I think they call it strong-arming. I think we call it bullying. We don't like bullies. We don't like strong-arming. So let's not do that. Let's look at this amendment with sincere consideration. Let's look at what it says as I look over my shoulder. Certified employee decides not to become a member of the certified employee organization, AKA union, I believe, then they shall not be, certain elements of their employ shall not be impacted. Pay, status, and tenure. What about promotions and how promotions are decided? Let's say you're on the other side of a situation and you're not in the union, but the supervisor who gets to pick promotions is in the union. I have to think about that a little bit. What might happen? I'm not saying it will happen, but what might happen? But with this amendment, ladies and gentlemen, which is a simple one, as I watch us debate on this floor, a simple thing, which I'm sure that the opposition will not concede because they're blinded by the loyalty to this bill. They will not concede and will not reciprocate to the employee who is in a different position. And this amendment simply does that. It's harmless. It's small. It's a small concession. But I'm concerned that we, in our zeal to pass this bill, we will not even concede to a small concession that would protect one employee that may be on the other side of the coin. You want to talk about fairness? You want to talk about employees' rights? You want to take care of those people? Well, show a little care in this case as you consider this amendment, esteemed colleagues.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me be very clear. Every employee has protections in this bill. Protections are mandatory. Membership is optional. There's absolutely no need for this amendment. I ask for a no vote.
Is there further discussion on L045? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L045. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and L045 is lost. Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, we were having this discussion, and back to the bill, I'm starting to look at it really carefully. Look at it. I'm reading certain things in it. Page 22 is a very good example since we're sitting here to the bill. And we are saying that, talking at the top of that page truly about what can be negotiated. Because this is really important. This is what we just had in this last amendment that we lost, is what can be negotiated, what are those protections in there. So here, these things may be addressed except for, may not include a requirement or agreement that the executive branch or any department negotiate with respect to the statutory function of any department or agency or matters related to the Public Employees Retirement Association. Is this not part of the benefit that we offer to state employees that we hope attract state employees into our employment? Seems like that would be an essential part of what we put on the table as we are talking and negotiating these kinds of contracts. In that spirit, I would move Amendment L012 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
L012 is properly displayed. Would you please explain your amendment, Representative McKean?
This just simply includes para as part of our negotiation. It puts it in there and says that if you're going to talk about the whole ball of wax, talk about the whole ball of wax. When we talk about this stuff, I think that it is important that we take a look at it. It is important that we look at exactly how we're coming up with what we are trying to negotiate, what it is that we are quibbling over, if you will, when we're sitting down and talking about how do these contracts look. Because again, this is no longer an employee sitting there saying, here's what I want, here's what I don't want. This is saying, here's what your union has negotiated for you, here's what's on the table. Para is an essential part of that. Para is actually one of the things, if you talk to a lot of state employees, it is one of the main things that makes employment with the state so attractive. Why would we not include it in our discussions? I urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L012? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this amendment. I see over and over again how expensive para is to us as legislators when we're trying to put the package together for what the budget is. It's not just the current match that we have with para, it's also all of the prior, back in the day, back in the mid-2000s, we had some other negotiated agreements when we were trying to get para better funded. That is actually one of the reasons that sometimes businesses are hesitant to be located here in Colorado occasionally, because sometimes the under funding of para is a little bit nerve-wracking. With that, if we have this as part of the negotiations, that is actually something that we can put on the table. As we heard, it's part of the whole ball of wax. It's part of something that we can discuss with employees and see if it really fits. With that, I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there further discussion on L012? Then the question before us is the adoption of L0. Pardon me. The amendment is 1153. Sorry. No, I got confused. Pardon me, we are on 012. I was right the first time. So the question before us is adoption of L012. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L012 is lost. Representative Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L040 and ask it to be properly displayed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
L040 is properly displayed. Would you please explain your amendment, Representative Singh?
Yes, what this amendment does, it says employees of the executive branch of state government who are liaisons to the General Assembly cannot be unionized under this bill. Think about how important that is. If we're going to have a separation of powers, we shouldn't have legislative liaisons, the mouthpiece of departments, become union bosses speaking to us directly outside these chambers. Why does the government have lobbyists anyway? They certainly shouldn't be unionized. I ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on L040? Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't possible within the bill anyway, so this is unnecessary. I ask for no vote.
Further discussion on L040? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L040. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Aye. The noes have it. L040 is lost. Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was a resounding no from one side of the aisle. I move L039 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L039 is properly displayed. Please describe your amendment, Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this says that aides and interns to the members of the General Assembly shall not be unionized. I ask for a yes vote.
Further, Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, once again, these are not covered employees. They're not a part of the bill. I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on L039? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L039. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. L039 is lost. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L037 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L037 is properly displayed. Representative Rich, would you please describe your amendment?
Yes. On page 6 of the bill, we are talking about those entities that can be or will be excluded in this union that they're trying to put together. And I am asking that we consider and pass that the employees of the Colorado Department of Transportation be excluded. This is a public safety issue, and the Colorado Department of Transportation should be excluded.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this amendment. There's already potholes in our roads. There shouldn't be potholes in state government, unless, of course, union dues are going to pave our roads. I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion, Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for no vote. I actually have several CDOT employees who asked to be a part of this bill, so I would not do that to them. I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on L037? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L037. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. The noes have it. L037 is lost. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I have an amendment here, and I'll just let it speak for itself. So I move L044 and ask it to be displayed.
L044 is properly displayed. Representative Williams, please describe your amendment.
Thank you very much. Members, I ask for a yes vote on this. This should be pretty obvious. We don't want union dues going to illegal activities, and so I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Soper.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in support of this amendment. As many of us know, New York City, for example, has had a long history of unions being tied to the mob and organized crime. It's true.
Excuse me, Representative Soper. Could you please go to the, talk about the amendment. And
Madam Chair, the amendment is to organized crime. And talking about unions and organized crime is exactly what.
Okay, just be factual.
Thank you. I am, and actually, I'm looking at the Wall Street Journal article. I'd like to read just one paragraph here. In 1996, for example, federal prosecutors in Mr. Rudy Giuliani's office gained several convictions against leadership of 5 families who controlled the concrete industry in New York City, that the mafia had control of the concrete labor union contracts, and they demanded a 2% kickback on concrete used to build new buildings in New York City worth over $2 million at the time. This was 1986. I think it's very important that we're careful with the relationship with organized crime, and that if there's going to be union dues involved, that we want to make sure that the state of Colorado has the tools to be able to step up and to be able to bust any sort of a union organized crime relationship. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there further discussion on L044? Representative Sane.
Thank you. Madam Chair, maybe this should have been the Jimmy Hoffa amendment.
Is there further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L044. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The noes have it. That amendment's lost. Representative Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move L021 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L021 is properly displayed. Representative Geithner, please describe your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we heard earlier that these are essential employees. And so what this amendment simply does is it limits that orientation that the new members would go through to 1 hour to ensure that these essential employees are able to effectively do the work that we need them to do. And so I think this is, rather than have them, be belabored with 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 hour orientations, many of you, as you sit through your HR processes, I'm sure you've been through some of this. This one just says, hey, 60 minutes, let's cover the essential information that you need in order to be a member of the union. And then let's make sure that you're able to get the job done, because you are, after all, an essential employee. So, members, I would encourage you to vote yes on L021.
Representative Beskar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote if any of you have ever had a conversation with a state employee who's a part of the union. And part of the orientation, it's 20 to 30 minutes.
Is there further discussion on
This amendment is not necessary.
Is there further discussion on L021? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L021. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L021 is lost. Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to move L023 and have it properly displayed.
L023 is properly displayed. Please describe your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this amendment does is it adds a language that whenever negotiations are going on, that the wages that are bargained have to stay within the wage range of applicable jobs that are within the private sector. I'd urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on L023? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, esteemed body. I learned a new word in the last month and a half that I've been here, and it's called guardrails. I thought it was an interesting word and a very applicable word, and I think this amendment here puts guardrails on negotiations that are very important, because you've heard me talk about blue sky and how much is enough and how much is too much. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on L023? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption on L023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. L023 is lost. Representative Felton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move as Amendment 017 and have it properly displayed, please.
You got it. L017 is properly displayed. Would you like to describe your amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This amendment maintains the number of people in the senior executive service personnel at 125. We don't need this part of the department to grow anymore, and so I'd urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on L017? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, esteemed members. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that government seems to get bigger and bigger and bigger. We all know and have seen and continue to see departments grow in FTE, budget increases year after year after year, supplemental budget requests come in every year with a few exceptions. Now, make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about it. As we move to unionize the state employees, this balloon will get bigger. Blow more air in the balloon, because it will get bigger, and it is unrefutable and undeniable. Now, the most expensive positions are these senior executives. Senior executive services. I would imagine that the person that will be appointed by the governor to administer this, I may speculate, and please correct me if I'm wrong, bill sponsor, will be in this category with the level of responsibility they will hold. And then additionally, as we continue to move forward, and the union continues to grow, because that's what organizations do. The more members, the more money. The more members, the more money. The more union dues, the more money. So, I guess that's not a problem for the future of the state of Colorado as we move forward down this very treacherous road. But I will tell you, this is a very key point here. I support this amendment. You need to control the highest paying positions by having caps on them. And this amendment does that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Is there further discussion on L017? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L017 is lost. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I offer L031, and I ask that it be displayed.
L013 is properly displayed. Representative Williams, would you like to describe your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a yes vote on this. This simply allows employees the freedom to direct their dues to whatever political cause, campaign, or issue that they really do care about. So please vote yes.
Is there further discussion on L031? Representative Holtorf. No. That's okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L031. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L031 is lost. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L033, and I ask that it be displayed.
L033 is properly displayed. Representative Williams, would you like to describe your amendment?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a yes vote on this. This would help members collectively to decide where they want their union dues going to in political or campaign or issues. So I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Is there further discussion on L033? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L033. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No! L033 is lost. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm on a roll here. I offer I move L034 and ask that it be displayed.
L034 is properly displayed. Would you like to discuss your amendment, Representative Williams?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Members, what this would do is it would provide absolute transparency to the public and members of the union with respect to their union dues. I would ask for a yes vote on this.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one word, privacy. I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion on L034? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L034. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L034 is lost. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L009 and ask that it be displayed.
L009 is moved and displayed. Go ahead, Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So members, what this amendment would do is would add in much needed sunshine and transparency to the entire process that we're engaged in. I think it's been said best when we talk about transparency that sunshine is the best disinfectant, and also it's a good preventative measure to ensure that there is no corruption in any process. So I'd ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L009? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L009. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Neville, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L028 and ask for it to be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please go ahead, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, members. This just simply says that not only does Colorado Winds, but other maybe competing unions or someone moving in to actually decertify the unions would have the same access as Colorado Winds would have to the employees. Ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L028? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L028. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is a pleasure to serve with you.
You as well.
It's a pleasure to serve in this House with these esteemed colleagues. And I will tell you that all of you are overlooking the 800-pound gorilla. All of you. You've completely missed it. And I'm going to say what that is here. To the bill. As, if this gets through both houses and the governor signs this, and this becomes promulgated as law, I will tell you, and as this effort matures and develops in our state over the next 10 years, you will have a pension fund crisis that is of epic proportion. Now, why do I say that? Because it's already happened. It's already happened in California. There are examples of this in history that have caused significant and severe economic stress to a state who tries to manage the pensions of a growing state, the pensions of the goods and services that a state government in its many departments and directorates has to serve. Not to mention the fact that now through collective bargaining, you've opened the door for those pensions to be bargained collectively. Now, we know historically that union bosses' retirement funds, historically, and I'm not saying that this will happen in this state, but it could happen, historically have been funded by union dues. That's a danger. Is it done legally? Of course not, but it has been done. That is a danger. But the 800-pound gorilla, you're going to open up and you're going to let him out of the cage. He's just little right now. He's a little gorilla. But this gorilla will grow. He will get very large. And your ability to feed this gorilla is going to be very difficult in the future as we move forward with this. Now, I'm confused. As a new legislator, I apologize. I'm really confused. Where we started and where we've ended up, I don't even know. So I would ask the bill to be read at length so I can further understand what we've done.
There's been a motion to read the bill length. Please read the bill.
Introduced LLS No. 20-0018.01 Nicole Myers X 4326 House Bill 20-1153 House Committees Senate Committees State, Veterans, and Military Affairs Appropriations A bill for an act concerning the relationship between state employees and 101 the state as their employer, and, in connection 102 therewith, creating the Colorado Partnership for 103 Quality Jobs and Services Act. .104 Bill Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://lake.colorado.government. The bill creates the Colorado Partnership for Quality Jobs and Services Act to facilitate the creation of formal labor management partnership agreements between state employees in the state personnel. House sponsorship Escar, Arndt, Becker, Benavidez, Byrd, Buckner, Buentello,
Representative
Carrigan,
Holtorf.
Ullman, Cutter, Duran, Exum, Froelich, Garnett.
Mr.
Gonzalez,
Chairman, I
Gutierrez.
withdraw that motion. My minority leader has told me he will sit me down and explain this to me at length off the time of this esteemed body.
All right. Appreciate that. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Seeing none, the question before us is Representative Escar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I just want to say thank you for your attention today. I know it's been a long day. There's been a lot of debate. What I heard over and over again is our overall love for state employees, and I want to say thank you to that for both sides of the aisle. 28,000 state employees are depending on us. 1 in 8 of employees in Pueblo are state employees. This is so important to me. State employees called me several times in the last 5 years asking for this. Some have been working on this for nearly 12 years to get something like this done. I come from a community that's proud to call themselves Uniontown, and what that means is community. What they're looking for is people to come and let them have their voice, find a seat at the table. Employees are not our property. Our employees are the people who serve this state. Let's treat them right. They're not mafias. They're not mobsters. They're not union bosses. They're our state employees who serve our state every single day, and they deserve our utmost respect, and I'm proud to bring this bill forward on their behalf. I ask for your yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1153? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1153. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 1153 passes. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your hard work today, and thank you for your hard work today, members. I move to lay over the balance of the special orders calendar till Tuesday, February 19th.
Mr. Majority Leader.
So there's that one motion.
You have heard the motion. The balance of the calendar is laid over.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Randall, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your committee of the whole Biggs Lead report has had under consideration for recommendations thereon. House Bill 1057 has been House Bill 1153 has been House Bill 1159, House Bill 1161, House Bill 1181, passing or reversed counted for 30 and final passage. Senate Bill 11, Senate Bill 34, passing or revised place counted for 30 and final passage.
Representative Roberts. You all have heard the motion. There are many amendments to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please read the sane amendment, the first sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Sane moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following sane amendment L041 to House Bill 1153. So sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Sane.
I move the sane amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Okay, I think I have a different one here. Let me just get. Okay, Representative Escar.
I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Baisley and Sandridge. Baisley. Baisley. Is he momentarily excused? What's... Okay. He will be marked excused for now, but that's a $5 fine. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 34 no, 8 excused, the first sane amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the next sane amendment.
Representative Sane moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following sane amendment L039 to House Bill 1153 shows that passed. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Sane, we're looking for your amendment. I'm sure you need to know which one it is before you ask for an aye vote, right?
Well, Madam Speaker, they're all sane amendments, so you're safe to vote on any of them. But it,
Representative Sane.
Members, I move the sane amendment to the Committee of the Whole, and I ask respectfully for your aye vote, and I hope Representative Baisley gets here in time.
He could just make the difference. Oh,
ouch.
Representative Esgar.
I respectfully ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Geithner Tipper. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 8 excused, the second sane amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the next sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Sane moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following sane amendment L040 to House Bill 1153 sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Sane,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also move this same amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an emphatic yes vote.
The question, Representative Escar.
Emphatically no. Thank you.
The question before us is the third sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and please vote. Coleman, Humphrey, Jackson, McKean. Humphrey and McKean. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 35 no votes, and 8 excused, the third sane amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the last sane amendment.
Representative Sane moved to amend the Board of Committee Diversity Action taken by the committee and not adopting the following sane amendment L045 to House Bill 1153 so sudden passed. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am also proud to present this amendment and ask for it to be moved to the Committee of the Whole and ask for your yes vote.
Representative Escar.
I ask for no vote.
The question before us is the fourth sane amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine, and members, please vote. Humphrey, Melton, Pelton. Where's Pelton? Pelton, please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 35 no votes, 8 excused, the last sane amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the first Neville amendment.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee on Diversity Action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Neville Amendment L018 to House Bill 1153 so sudden passed. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Neville Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for no vote.
The question before us is the Neville Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members vote. So 5 is next. Catlin, Coleman, Exum, Holtorf, Larson, Mullica, Ransom, Rich, Sandridge. Please, Humphrey, please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 8 excused, the Neville Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the next Neville Amendment.
Representative Neville moved to amend the Report of the Committee on Diversity Action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Neville Amendment L014 to House Bill 1153 to so sudden passed. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the next Neville Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is this next Neville Amendment. Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members vote.
Baisley, you're up.
Baisley. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 32 no votes, and 7 excused, the Neville amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the third Neville amendment.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee on Diversity Action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Neville Amendment L042 to House Bill 1153, so it's said and passed. House Bill 1153 is amended and passed.
Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Neville amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
For the third time of these amendments, I ask for no vote again.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the third Neville amendment. Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members vote. Garnett, Lontine, Humphrey, come on. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 36 no votes, 7 excused, the Neville amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the fourth Neville amendment.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee on Diversity Action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Neville Amendment L027 to House Bill 1153 to show the said and passed. House Bill 1153 is amended and passed.
Minority Leader Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, they always say fourth time is the lucky charm, right? I move the fourth Neville amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Mr. Minority Leader, unfortunately, today is not your lucky day. I ask for no vote.
Is that what they say in Neville land? The fourth time is a charm. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, open the machine and members vote. Coleman, please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, 7 excused, the Neville amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the last of the Neville amendments. Number 24.
Representative Neville moved to amend the report of the Committee on Diversity Action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Neville Amendment L028 to House Bill 1153 so said and passed. House Bill 1153 is amended and passed.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the fifth Neville amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the fifth Neville amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, open the machine and members vote. Geithner, Coleman, Duran. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 7 excused, the last Neville amendment is lost. Now we go to the Williams amendments. Mr. Randall, please read the first Williams amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee on Diversity Action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment L003 to House Bill 1153 so said and passed. House Bill 1153 is amended and passed.
Representative Williams.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for no vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members vote. Geithner, Coleman. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 7 excused, the first Williams Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the second Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the Public Committee Diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Humphrey Amendment L00 to 8 to House Bill 1153 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Williams Amendment and ask that members vote their conscience.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that members vote no. That amendment.
The question before us is the second Williams Amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members vote. Coleman, please close the machine. Wow. With 0 yes votes. Not a very popular amendment, Representative Williams. You didn't even vote for it. 58 no votes and 7 excused. The second Williams Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the third Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee on Diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Williams Amendment L030 to House Bill 1153 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the third Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the third Williams Amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please open the machine and members please vote. Sullivan. Coleman. Please close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 30 no votes, 7 excused, the Williams Amendment is lost. Please read the next Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Williams Amendment L044 to House Bill 1153 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment and ask that the committee vote yes.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that I keep saying I ask for a no vote, but I really ask for a no vote on this one. This one's a little offensive to me, actually. Thanks.
The question before us is the Williams Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 33 no votes, and 7 excused, the Williams Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the next Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee on Diversity action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Williams Amendment L031 to House Bill 1153 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
The question before us is the passage. Oh, Representative Esgar.
Ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the passage of this amendment. Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Members, please vote. Four. Aaron. Please close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 30 no votes, 7 excused, the Williams Amendment is lost. Please read the next Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report of the Committee on Diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Williams Amendment L034 to House Bill 1153 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is amended passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the Williams Amendment. Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Members vote. Please close the machine. With 26 aye votes, 32 no votes, and 7 excused, the Williams Amendment is lost. Please read the next Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report containing the diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment as 033 to House Bill 1153, so said and passed. House Bill 1153 is amended and passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the Williams Amendment. Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Members vote. Coleman. Please close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 31 no votes, and 7 excused, the Williams Amendment is lost. Please read the next Williams Amendment.
Representative Williams moved to amend the report containing the diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment L009 to House Bill 1123, so said and passed. House Bill 1123 is amended and passed.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Williams Amendment and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the Williams Amendment. Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Members vote. Pelton. Pelton is next. Representative Sane and Singer. Please close the machine. With 27 aye votes, 31 no votes, and 7 excused, the Williams Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the Pelton Amendment. I've got 2.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report containing the diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L043 to House Bill 1123, so said and passed. House Bill 1123 is amended and passed.
Representative Pelton. I have 13 and 21.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I move the Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the first Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members, please vote. Cutter, Exum, Young. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 34 no votes, and 7 excused, the Pelton Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the next Pelton Amendment.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L023 to House Bill 1123, so said and passed. House Bill 1123 is amended and passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Pelton Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for no vote.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine. Members, please vote. Sane. Please close the machine. With 21 aye votes, 37 no votes, and 7 excused, the Pelton Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the last Pelton Amendment.
Representative Pelton moved to amend the report containing the diversity action taken by the committee, not adopting the following Pelton Amendment L017 to House Bill 1123, so said and passed. House Bill 1123 has been passed.
Representative Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we all were raised with the phrase, "The third time's a charm." Vote
Except
yes
for Representative
charm.
Neville. For him, he thinks it's the 4th. Yes, we know. Neville Land is its own special place. Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Because we love Representative Pelton so much and it's Valentine's Day, I say we light up the board red for love and vote no.
Is there any further discussion? The question before us is the last Pelton Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. Harrod and Crafthart. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, 7 excused, the last of the Pelton amendments is lost. Now we've got Van Winkle. Please read the first of the Van Winkle amendments.
Representative Van Winkle.
The price is right. Come on down.
Representative Van Winkle, move to amend the proclamation of adverse action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Van Winkle Amendment 035 to House Bill 1153 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is minute pass.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Van Winkle amendment to the Committee of the Whole, and I'm feeling very optimistic about this one.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Van Winkle, since this is your first one, I'm still going to say vote no.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the first Van Winkle amendment. Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. Coleman. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 7 excused, the first Van Winkle amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the second Van Winkle amendment.
Representative Van Winkle, move to amend the proclamation of adverse action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Van Winkle Amendment 038 to House Bill 1153 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is minute pass.
Representative Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Van Winkle amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. What this says is before employees' dues should go to any political campaigns, they just need to be asked first. Let's be environmentally friendly. Let's stand for trees. Let's vote green. Yes.
Oh.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Van Winkle, we will remember that, but today we're going to vote no.
The question before us is the Van Winkle amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. Oops. What did I do? Aren't Harrod Roberts. Harrod, please close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 30 no votes, and 7 excused, the Van Winkle amendment is lost. Now we're with Rich. Please read the first Rich amendment.
Representative Rich, move to amend the program of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Rich and Ransom Amendment L013 to House Bill 1153 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1153 is minute pass.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Rich Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask for no vote.
The question before us is the Rich Amendment. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members vote. Humphrey, Cutter. Please close the machine. With 25 aye votes, 33 no votes, and 7 excused, the first Rich Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the next Rich Amendment.
Representative Rich, move to amend the program of the Committee of the Whole to reverse action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Rich and Sane Amendment L036 to House Bill 1123 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1123 is minute pass.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Rich Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Rich, had this said CSU Pueblo, I may have had a different opinion, but we're going to ask for a no vote today.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the second Rich Amendment. Ms. Randall, please open the machine and members vote. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, 7 excused, the Rich Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the next Rich Amendment.
Representative Rich moved to amend the report of the committee to hold diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Rich and Sane Amendment. L037 to House Bill 1123 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1123 is amended pass.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Rich Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the last Rich Amendment to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. The next is Geithner. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 36 no votes, and 7 excused, the Rich Amendment is lost. Mr. Randall, please read the Geithner Amendment.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the committee to hold diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Williams Amendment. L032 to House Bill 1123 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1123 is amended pass.
Representative Geithner.
I move the Geithner Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the first Geithner Amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. Please close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 30 no votes, and 7 excused, the Geithner Amendment is lost. Please read the next Geithner Amendment.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the committee to diversity action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Ransom Amendment. L022 to House Bill 1123 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1123 is amended pass.
Representative Geithner.
I move the Geithner Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask for a no vote.
The question before us is the second Geithner Amendment to the report of the committee of the whole. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. Humphrey Sane. Please close the machine. With 20 aye votes, 38 no votes, 7 excused, the Geithner Amendment is lost. This is the last of the Geithner Amendments. Mr. Randall, please read it.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Ransom Amendment. L021 to House Bill 1123 shows sudden pass. House Bill 1123 is amended pass.
Representative Geithner.
I move the last Geithner Amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Escar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ask for a no vote on the last Geithner Amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no is the last of the Geithner Amendments. Please open the machine and members please vote. Holtorf and Humphrey. Please close the machine. With 19 aye votes, 39 no votes, 7 excused, the Geithner Amendment is lost. Which brings us to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Randall, please open the machine and members please vote. Actually, Ben, I didn't find it. I'm tired. Okay, do you mind just telling Kelly? Okay. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 19 no votes, and 7 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is passed. Announcements and introductions. Representative McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You have had to endure this for the last 2 weeks, but it's Valentine's Day, and I love all of you. That's all you get. It feels like kind of a letdown at the end, doesn't it? Like we get the cards and the chocolate, but I just love all you. So go have a good Valentine's Day.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks for that, Representative McKean. Members of the Finance Committee, I told you we will not be meeting next Thursday. That has changed. We will meet next Thursday. Bill sponsors have been notified. We will hear 3 bills, and you will hear more about them on Tuesday. I'll send you guys an email.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public Health Care and Human Services Committee, we will be meeting today. And why don't we say about 3 p.m.? But the good news is we probably won't meet next week on the 21st. So happy Valentine's Day a week late.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Energy and Environment Committee, guess what? We're going to meet Thursday as well. Bill sponsors has been notified. There's 2 bills. Can't remember what they are, but I'll tell you later.
Probably a good idea if the chairs actually announce what the bills are, if you can. Okay. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, after last night and today, we probably better gather and pray Tuesday morning before we start this again.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And continuing with the trend, this is an announcement for Judiciary Committee members and others interested in the business of judiciary. We haven't had anything on the calendar for the 20th. We have added 2 bills. Senate Bill 61 and House Bill 1274 they will show up when the calendar is next printed. Sponsors have been notified. Others in the committee have been notified, at least to some extent. It's possible we'll add 1 or 2 more bills. Watch the calendar next week, and I'll keep in touch by email as well. Thank you.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are going to hear on the 20th House Bill 1142 and House Bill 1192.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rural Affairs and Agriculture, we're also going to meet now on Thursday upon adjournment, which was originally canceled. We're going to hear Senate Bill 2, House Bill 1171, and House Bill 1300.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the troubling announcement to make that I heard the words hate week over the last 24, 48 hours. Haters gonna hate. Haters are quick to use this dangerous word hate. My mother taught me, you may disagree, you may not like somebody, but don't use the word hate. Hate is a very powerful word. I would like to know who is promoting hate in this House. Look in the mirror if you are using the word hate. It is unfortunate.
What does this relate to? This is announcements and introductions. Is this a moment of personal privilege, or I'm just...
Madam Speaker, this is a moment to talk about our decor and our demeanor, and how in a committee last night there was some very difficult and unpleasant sentiments and some words that I heard in these halls. And this isn't made up. It actually happened. And I want to point that out and try to, on Valentine's Day, bring a spirit of love and cooperation, not hate. I think that it is very important, despite our differences and disagreements, that we continue to not promote hatred of our positions, of our opinions, and of our political beliefs. It is not right, Madam Speaker, for us in this esteemed body. And that is the message that I send. This is not my message. But it is, unfortunately, it has been, in the last 48 hours, an element of this esteemed body. And I would ask all of us to consider how we do our business in the state capitol. And when we start using the word hate, I would tell you, or any of us, anybody that comes in this house, I would ask all of us to tell our colleagues, tell our citizens, tell all the people that we work with to not use the word hate. Even if you do hate, you should control yourself. You should be as respectful as you can, and you should ask and deplore that those people be tolerant, be respectful, and even in the words of Jesus Christ, forgive those that you do not agree with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Holtorf, that is a moment of personal privilege. Before you have a moment of personal privilege, you should tell the minority leader or me and just then announce it as a moment of personal privilege. Okay. Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I've been kind of growing a little weary of the moral high ground that some choose to take at this well every single day. So I'm going to be very brief because I am not one of those people, but I will say that if a member feels like a bill is attacking themselves, their families, their children, their communities, and it's hateful, please say that. People want to hear that. People need to know that there are people who are fighting for them. And if it feels like hate and you want to have a conversation with the person who brings that forward, have that conversation. Be respectful. But if it feels like hate to you, don't be ashamed to call it out.
Are there any other announcements or introductions? Representative Lontine, Representative Singh.
Madam Speaker, this is going to be the quickest moment of personal privilege ever. I heard that a leader of membership sent out some kind of email saying the week of hate. Just a case in point.
Okay. Any other announcements or introductions? We are going to read some reports and introduce some bills now, but you all are ready to, you all are allowed to leave. Mr. Randall, please read the printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports that the following.
Printed in the Journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate has passed on third reading and transmitted to the reviser of
Message
statutes.
from the Senate will be printed in the Journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit without
Message
comment.
from the reviser will be printed in the Journal. Introduction of bills.
Senate Bill 6 by Senators Zenzinger and Story, also Representatives Kipp and Baisley, concerning changes to the continuing administration of the Colorado Opportunity Scholarship Initiative.
Senate Bill 6 is assigned to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 56 by Senator Crowder, also Representative Will, concerning surplus military vehicles and in connection therewith exempting a surplus military vehicle from the statutory definition of an off-highway vehicle if the vehicle is owned or leased by a municipality, county, or fire protection district for the purpose of assisting firefighting efforts.
Senate Bill 56 is assigned to the Committee on Transportation and Local Government.
Senate Bill 68 by Senator Moreno, also Representative Mullica, concerning an authorization of state credit unions opening branches in other states.
Senate Bill 68 is assigned to the Committee on Business Affairs and Labor.
Senate Bill 78 by Senator Donovan, also Representative Garnett, concerning the ability of a person to bring a pet dog onto the premises of a restaurant.
Senate Bill 78 is assigned to the Committee of Business Affairs and Labor.
Senate Bill 85 by Senators Zenzinger and Gardner, also Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Soper, concerning a requirement that a sex offender be placed in a community corrections program meet certain requirements for a sex offender being released on parole.
Senate Bill 85 is assigned to the Committee on Judiciary.
Senate Bill 88 by Senator Fields, also Representatives Roberts and Soper, concerning evidentiary rules when a defendant interferes with a witness.
Senate Bill 88 is assigned to the Committee on Judiciary. And that is it. Assistant Majority Leader Kennedy. Yeah, we're just putting this until 9 a.m. on Tuesday?
Oh, we're adjourning. Okay.
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Yeah. He never replied, but that's, okay.
And it's going to be Monday, 18th. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until Tuesday, February 18th at
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will be in adjournment till Tuesday, February 18th at 9 a.m.